Guys, to the next blender tutorial. So we're going to be making a fancy tumbler or glass today. So we're going to be going to the circle right here. Just press S to scale it out. And then we want to go to edit mode. We're going to go ahead and press F for fill. And then we're going to go E for extrude. Scale it out with just slightly to give it a bevel. E for extrude. E for extrude. And then we're just going to go all the way up. Just press G, bring it all the way up, so you got this kind of little tumbler thing going on. I'm just going to press S just to bring it out just slightly. E for extrude. Scale it inwards just slightly, this will be the lip of the glass. Scale it in, E for extrude, scale in. E for extrude, and then we're going to go down, and then maybe scale in just a little bit. E for extrude, and then we're just going to come down. E for extrude, scale outwards, and then we're just going to come all the way down, up on the inside. So on the X-ray we can see it like this. Okay, so you're going to want a little bit of a bevel at the bottom, because it is a glass at the end of the day. So, we're going to object mode, we're just going to go shade smooth, right click shade smooth. Change our render engine to cycles and come over to hidden materials. We're going to go new material, and then we're going to change this to glass and just bring the roughness down a little bit. So now you have this. Let's go with sun. I'm just going to turn this up a little bit so you guys can see the light that's coming through there. I think I just nudged the mic. Sorry about that. So yeah, we're going to add a plane just underneath, so you guys can see what's going on. So we have this basic glass. Okay, just 2 seconds. I will be right back. I'm just changing stuff over. So, okay, so what we're going to do now is take this glass. I'm just going to go into materials property, just make it a little bit more glass-like. Just mess with the IOR just a little bit. Just going to bring this up so you guys can see. Okay, so now we've got this basic glass going on. I want to make a nice pretty pattern in the side of it, so it's going to look fancy. So what we're going to do, come from here, add, we're going to go for only texture. We're going to link the colour to the colour. Then we're going to go to bump. Place the bump here. We're going to go colour to height. And then I'm just going to turn down the roughness actually. I want to add a colour ramp. Just coming in here. And we can see that we've got all these cracks on the outside of the glass and stuff. Just bring that back. And yeah, this is our kind of like fancy glass tumbler thing going on with all these little cracks in it. So I mean, you can minimize the height, put the height up a little bit, make more detail if you want to, make it a little bit more rougher. Bring the size down just slightly. And there we go, that's our posh glass. Thanks guys for watching, I'll see you in the next one. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we are going to be building a chair. So this is going to be a basic tutorial on chair building. So yeah, let's get right into this. So we have the default cube here. We're going to be using the default cube today. What we want to do is going to edit mode. And of course, if you guys are still on Eevee, go with cycles. So with the chair, you want to go G, bring this up. I'm going to split the screen here so you guys can see the wireframe. There we go, and then I'm going to put it on number 1 keypad. So with the chair, you kind of have to use your imagination a little bit with this one. We're going to press A, which will select everything. S to scale along the Z axis. So with this one we're going to do square feet, and then later on I'll teach you how to make some nicer chairs. Maybe we want to scale this just outwards a little bit. So this is going to be the back of the chair right here, the front of the chair right here. I'm going to go Control R just to split the object. We're going to go Control R again just to split again. Let me see. You know what, I'm going to do a wooden chair for this one. Maybe a wooden style. So we're going to go Control R, scale outwards in the middle. So it's kind of got that little ridge thing that the wooden chairs have. Then we're going to make a little pit in the middle, because wooden chairs usually get worn out. So just the Control R, scroll on your wheel, and then it'll make 2 vertices. And then we're going to go Control R again, copy this little bit in. Then we're going to go to faces, select these 2 middle faces, and just press G, and just bring them down a little bit so it looks like the chair's been worn. We're then going to go with the Control R again, just around the outside edges. So we've kind of got this little dip in the middle like it's been sat on. We're going to go Control R again and go for the middle of the chair even. So you can see that just there. If I just move that up, I'll just redo that for you guys again. Control R, come up to the top, scale outwards just a little bit to give it a little bit of a bevel on the edge. And then we're going to do the same to the bottom. Control R, S for scale, and then just bring it out a little bit. It doesn't have to be perfect. So then we're going to do the legs. So first and foremost, I'm going to go with right click and then shade smooth. And then we're going to go and add a mesh cylinder. So you notice that the cylinder is way too big for the seat, for the chair. So what we're going to do is scale it upwards, and then we're just going to plane scale it downwards. Now, for a wooden chair, you're going to want a little bit of angle out there. So we're just going to position it where we'd usually put the legs for the chair. You don't want to put it right to the edge, you just want it a little bit on the edge. So that's where it should be. And then make sure that it's inside the objects just slightly. For these ones, we're going to sculpt the actual leg of the chair, and then I'll put the angles on it, and I'll tell you what the angles are for these. So just scale it down a little bit so that it's touching the floor. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a mesh plane just there so you can see where the floor is, so you get a rough idea. So the floor on this side will be where the red line is, if you guys can see that. Okie dokie, right, so put that into side perspective. Excuse me, got a bit of a frog in my throat today. Right, so we're going to edit mode. Now we're going to use Control R, and we're just going to make some little adjustments to these legs, just make them a little bit beveled and stuff. So you want to go to Control R, move it down to wherever you need to, and we're just going to scale inwards. Just ever so slightly. Then we're going to go Control R again. And we're going to go scale inwards. Don't worry if this doesn't look right to you the first time. Like, it's a learning curve. You guys are starting to learn this, so this is great. I'm going to go Control R for the middle again and just scale it outwards. So we've kind of got like a little fancy bulge in the middle of the leg. And then we're going to go scale outwards just at the middle of each of these vertices. Now, wooden chairs generally have a very narrow leg to them, at least the ones that I've sat on do. So what we're going to do, we're going to take the base of this, G to bring it upwards. You'll notice that it's quite large at the end. So then we're going to scale this down into a little point. Control R again. And just scale this a little bit outwards. So it kind of has a little bit of bulge at the bottom. So what I want to do, if you guys can see this right here, I want to select these vertices right here. And we're just going to scale those outwards a little bit more. So we've kind of got that little, that point coming upwards. Now you can design your leg chairs any way that you'd like. I personally just want to do them like this. I'm just going to shade this smooth. So now we want to do a rotate. So, if you type in 20, your chair leg's going to rotate like that. If you type in, excuse me, say 10, your leg's going to be rotating out this way. So maybe a 10 would be the best way to rotate these outwards. I'm a little bit lost. 1 second. So yeah, if you're going to want to rotate these legs outwards, just put them in the middle like this. Now what we're going to want to do at this point is we're going to go Shift D, which will duplicate. We'll bring them over to this side, but this leg is not correct, right? So what you want to do is you want to do R for rotate, get it up on the Z axis so that it rotates on the Z axis. And then we're going to go 180, and that will change the degrees. G across. So now we've got 2 legs. Now to support these 2 legs, because obviously if this was a real chair, if you had the legs just like that, they just kind of splay. So what you need is a little bit of a bridge in between. So what we're going to do, go to the mesh, get the cylinder, scale it upwards so that it looks like this. Then we're going to scale it down. And what you want to do is make this roughly the same size as the legs. So I'm just going to scale this down again. G to bring this up, and I'm going to rotate. So go against the X axis for rotating. So we're rotating like this, yeah? You want to press 9-0. This is giving 90-degree angle. Go up with G. Now, because we've got our side view here, we can see what's going on. So we're going to go across with G. Make sure that they line up. Now you notice that we've got a gap here and we have a gap here. So what you want to do with that is press S, scale across, and that's the Y axis, until you reach both legs. Just going to smooth that over with right click. You should have something of akin. Just going to scale that down a little bit. Now you notice that this leg isn't as far out as it should be. So I'm just going to move that across a little bit. So G. This one, it's not quite touching, so we're going to go S for scale, just to get it across there. Now, this is the fun part. So we have 1, 2, 3 pieces. So now we want to translate these 3 pieces to the back of the chair, otherwise the chair would fall over if we ever did sit on it. So we're going to get 1 piece here, 2 piece here, and 3 piece here. Press Shift whilst you're selecting all 3, and then we're going to go Shift D, I'm going to move it across to our second positioning. You notice that the legs aren't exactly splayed in the right position here. So G, just to move that back in. And then we're going to go R, rotate 180 on the Z axis. Now you notice that the legs are splayed this way. The legs aren't quite splayed this way. So with all three selected, we're going to go rotate again. And we're going to go onto the green axis, which is the Y. And then we're going to type in 10 on that one. And just move the legs over. So now we have a splay this way. And we also have a splay this way. So then we're going to do the same with this one. So this, in theory, if I do remember, is -10. So we want to rotate again. But we're going to go green this time with Y. And then we want to put 10. So you notice that it rotates the wrong way. So what you want to do is press minus and then you put 10 and it will go to the correct angle and then just move back to where you need it to be. Now, as regards to your seat, you can put your seat on any side of these depending on how you want your stool, but that is a basic stool. Now, if you wanted to make a chair from this, you could add another cube, or you could do a clever trick, and I will teach you. So we'll delete this cube. We'll take this, which would be the seat, Shift D. Then we can rotate 90. And then we press G just to move everything up. Scale this. You could have this. Alright. So most chairs lean slightly backwards. Let's make some adjustments there. So that's your back to your chair. This could be one of those like kind of fancy church chairs that they have where you kind of sit, but they have those backs that don't quite give you the lumbar support that you need, but you know, you sit there regardless. So then you take the first legs that you made, all three of them, Shift D, duplicate, and we're just place them at the back here. That's one way to do it, and you can scale that down so the design kind of matches what you would like to do, I guess. You could alter the rotation of these as well. Let me see. So yeah, as long as they fit into the chair, they have the same kind of style as well. And there we have it. One basic chair, just for you to come and sit on if you'd like. Yes. So save that as your chair project inside of your Blender folder, newly made. Saving it in the Blender folder is going to help with your organisation in the end. I please implore you to do that, because otherwise you're going to lose your project. Right, so on to the next tutorial. Hi, welcome back guys. So today we're going to be making a small flask. So we're going to start off with a circle first. That's probably the best way to do this. So circle, scale outwards, and then we're going to go to edit mode, F for fill, E for extrude, scale outwards just slightly, E for extrude again, scale outwards, E for extrude. We go E for extrude again, and I mean, like, it's just going to be a basic small water bottle. So when we get to this point, we're going to start curving it. So we're just going to go S, E for extrude, S, E for extrude, S, and just build it up until you've got the bottleneck. which should roughly be there. So now what we're going to do is we're just going to have, it's just going to be a small kind of thing. What I'm going to do is just put it on side view, mirror. I just want to make that a little bit taller. I think it's too flat. So I'm just going to go S and just move this up just slightly. G, and then I'm just going to take this row here and just pull them out just slightly so it's a little bit smoother. So now we're going with the top row right now. It's on X-ray so you guys can see what's going on. Right, so E for extrude, scale outwards slightly, E for extrude, scale outwards slightly, E for extrude, scale outwards, and we're just going to make the lip of the bottle just right now. Scale inwards, and then once we've got to this part, we go inside of the bottle. So we have, let me see, so we have like the kind of curve going around there, if you guys can see that. Let me see, so E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale it inwards. We got E for extrude, and we're just going to go down. Now I'm going to put this on side view again so you guys can see what's going on. So E for extrude, just at the bottle neck. Come down this way, E for extrude. And then we're just going to go E for extrude all the way down until we get to the bottom, and then just curve it off just slightly. So now we have our bottle. Let me get rid of X-ray. Yeah. So then we're going to shade it smooth. And we've got like our little flask going on. Now we need to make the lid. So the lid, I'm trying to think. So maybe I'll go with a plane to begin with, and then we can build it from there. So just bring your plane up, scale it up, and then we will do rotate 90 degrees. So rotate 90. And we're just going to sit it so that it sits in the mouth of the bottle just there. Scale it downwards just a little bit. And because we've got a curve on this, and a little hole at the top, I want to try and recreate that hole. So it's going to go down, E for extrude, and I think it just sits just above. So G, go down, E for extrude, just bring it out just slightly. Scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, and then we're just going to kind of come round and curve it. And this is why the hole is at the top of the bottle, so I just want to E for extrude that. Let's take this, just pull it out a little bit. Set this one, do the same. Okay, so now we want to make the hole in the top of the bottle, so we're going to go with Control R. Just move it to the side there, and then we're going to go Control R again. Again, move it to the side. Then we're going to go Control R again because I want all the vertices up at the top right there. And I'm just going to take these 2 points and just pull them in. They're kind of flush. So now we're just going to get rid of this section, this section, this section, and I think this section. So that we've got the hole in the top. So delete faces. Now we just select everything. And it's right over the edge of the bottle, and we want this circular, so E for extrude. And we're going to have that side. So what I want to do is I'm going to use normal pad for this actually. So E for extrude, and press 1, it's going to go backwards. If we press -1, it's going to go forwards. So we're going to do that. select all these vertices again. E for extrude, and we're just going to press. For some reason it's doing that. I'm gone. Just going to select all these. E for extrude, and then 1. Or should we go -1? There we go. Right, so now we're going to want to select this side as well. So we've got 2 sides selected. We're just going to scale them inwards so they follow a curve. E for extrude, but don't move them at the moment. And then we're just going to scale outwards. Then we're going to scale inwards. And maybe down as well. Just slightly. So we still have the hole going through the middle. Then E for extrude, and scale outwards again. And just going to scale them in. So yeah, you've got a little flask with a little lid with a hole through it, I guess. I'm just going to make that bigger actually. It just look a little flush. Go upwards. Okay, so that's our flask in a nutshell. Yeah, I guess you guys could add details to it if you wanted to. We have sun. Where's our sun? Excuse me. Just make that a bit brighter. Yeah, so that's just your basic flask. Make it a little bit metallic, I guess. Give it a little bit of shine. You could add some stuff on there, some logos, or if you wanted to add some little dints and stuff like that, you could go ahead and do that one. So yeah, that's our flask. Thank you for joining the tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so that should be general finished product. So pint. I think you can add a lot more to that for sure. I actually want this a little bit more metallic. Make it look a little bit more rained on. Should turn these up a little bit as well. Maybe add a little strip at the bottom here, like a little bit of lighting. I think it's too dark on that little bit. Let me think. See. So it was a little bit of lighting, wasn't it? Let's add a cube. Scale it outwards. Scale it in. Just bring it up. Then, at this point, we can add maybe the blue light, or the red light. Okay, so this should be your final result. Like, subscribe, give us a follow if you're on the appropriate sites. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you in the next one. Hi guys, welcome back to another tutorial. So today we're going to be doing just a regular smartphone. So yeah, we're going to start off with the default cube. Just scale it outwards and so you've roughly got the shape of a smartphone. We're going to scale it down so you've roughly got the back of one right there. Okay, so I mean, you could do this in any way that you wanted, really, depending on what model of phone you're modeling. I'm just going to go with like a generic shape, but you guys can go for something else. So what we're going to do, select the top, we're going to have curved edges. So E for extrude, just go up slightly and then just bring it in, scale inwards, and then we're going to do the same on the back as well. E, and then just scale inwards so it's curved. And then for the screen, we're just going to go ahead and select the top face, E for extrude, but don't move it, and then we're going to just scale in just ever so slightly. I mean, you can include buttons on the bottom if you wanted to, but to be honest with you, like most smartphones have the little buttons integrated within the touch screens now, so that's going to be different. Okay, so what you want to do on this part is you want two different colours. So you've got the original material, which we're going to rename the phone back. And then you're going to want to make a secondary material with this. So press the plus button, go to new, and this is going to be screen. So screen is just going to be for the front of the phone, the rest of it will be the phone back, but if you want to create a different back for the phone, then you can make a third colour if you'd like. I'm going to do that in a second, but for the screen we're just going to click assign, and then we're going to go here and we're just going to make it a little bit grey and a little bit reflective as well. Now you can add stuff on here in the shading tab if you wanted to. You can have a photo, just make sure that you size it up. Okay, so we've got that now. I'm just going to go ahead and change my engine here, which is cycles, should be cycles. I'm going to shade it smooth. Now usually, like, especially if you've got like a few phone brands, I don't think I can mention brands on here, but a few phone brands have the drop off edges at the side, but we're just going to go with generic phones for today. So if we go for the underside right here, the first thing that we can add is a cylinder, and we're just going to scale that down a little bit, bring it up, and just sit it right at the back here. Now this is the part where it gets a little bit tricky. You don't want it to poke through the top, but you want to just make it just thin enough that it pokes through the back. So we're going to go with a texture on this one. We're going to change this one to black. And then what we can do with this is we're going to right click and shade smooth. Oh, sorry, go into your object mode, right click, shade smooth. Then what you want to do, go to edit mode again. Select the face on top, press E for extrude, but don't move it. Scale inwards, ever so slightly, and then E for extrude, and we're going to go down. But don't clip the phone, just have it just there. Now, you're going to make a secondary material on this item as well. So, of course, we're going to press plus in the corner, press new. We're going for a silver, but we're going to go full metallic and roughness down. So, when we render, we'll see like this. Now, obviously, press assign. So, you want to go, this is camera lens. Sorry, my mistake. Camera lens. Then we'll call this one camera base. So your camera lens, you're gonna want to assign that. So now a lot of phones do have a backing to their cameras, so we're gonna put a few of these just at the side. So Shift D to duplicate. Just move it across. Make sure that you're moving on one axis, so you're not going like this. So they're all at the same height. We're gonna go put one down here, maybe another one here. Have one of those phones where it's like weirdly covered in lenses, which is every smartphone nowadays. Yeah, so something like that would be real great. Now what we're gonna want to do is put a back to this, just to enclose them a little bit. Now you can use a cube to do this. Yeah, I'm going to use a cube. So just go ahead. I've just gone back onto the viewport shading here. Go ahead, put this over the top. You might want to use this one, which is the X-ray. You can use that on viewport shading on the second option. So just scale it down so it just sits under the lenses, but it doesn't clip the actual phone itself. I think I got that one right. So you're going to want to just gently come up. Now, here's the thing, right? So you come up there and you notice that the lenses are now being obscured. So what you want to do with that one, bring your lenses up. So we're just going to finish off this part just here, just to smooth it out a little bit. So I want, come on, I want that face. Right, yeah. I want to select that face and that face. Just going to press E for extrude. And then we're going to go S for scale, bring it down a little bit. S for scale, bring it in a little bit, just so that it smooths off. Oh. Oh, wait a minute, There's just my save files. Right, yeah. Okay, so we've now got this. For some reason my save files decided to pop up. Right, now I don't want that in the center. So we go Control R, just scope it here, just at the side, so it's got kind of a little bevel around the edge. And then go back into object mode, right click, smooth shade, and we are going to go with maybe, I would say a white for the back. So now I'm going to go ahead and select all my lenses, so just click, press shift, hold, and just click all your lenses here. And then we're just going to press G, bring them up. Let me see. Do I want a sixth one on there? Actually, does look like it deserves a sixth one. So you got that space. So of course this is just a generic kind of phone layout. Just click all those. There we go. So now this back, I want to change this back of the phone. So we're going to go into edit mode. Just select the back. I'm going to take this x-ray off actually. Face. Yep. Okay, so I'd like a kind of green colour. So we're going to add another colour to this. Click assign. And then we're going to go with kind of like a greeny kind of colour maybe. I'm just going to put this onto object mode so we can see that a little better. That's too green, I think. That's pretty cute. So you kind of have this nice smartphone going on. So, I mean, you can add a logo at the bottom there, you can add some details at the bottom there, a little bit of text, like they have like the terms and conditions on the bottom of phones as well, I've seen. So yeah, that's basically the phone shape. So now, depending on how your phone will function and depending on the brand of your phone, you're probably going to want some USBs, you're probably going to want some little places to charge things. So I mean, we're going to go E-for extrude. This will be the charge port. Scale it down a bit. E-for extrude. And then you could have it that way. Then you could go E-for extrude. Scale it inwards. So if you guys can see what I'm doing here. And then you kind of have a point. Now, let me think. So, yeah, here go inwards. You just go into the phone right there, and that's charge port. So yeah, that's the basic premise of a smartphone. You guys can add to that, but yeah, that's just basic generic kind of looking smartphone with curved corners. Please don't sue me. You know what company I'm talking about. But yeah, if you guys are interested in any more tutorials, there's plenty on my page. I'm trying to get a tutorial done every single day for this month. So yeah, if you guys liked, please subscribe, please follow if you're on Facebook. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay guys, welcome. So we're gonna be making the coffee table, I guess, today. So what we want to do, we want to start off with, let's see, we'll start off with a circle to begin with, and then we're gonna scale outwards, S to scale. Obviously everything's at the bottom of the screen, hopefully you guys can see that. So this is going to be a little bit of a complicated one, but it's fine, I'll guide you through it. So, the first thing that we want to do, we notice that all of the edges are selected right here. So we're going to E for extrude, don't move it, click, and then we're going to go scale inwards slightly so we've kind of got this ring going on. Then, what we're going to do is we're going to go on to select mode. You want to select your faces up at the top. You know, I'm going to move my little logo thing out of the way because that is super distracting. I didn't even realise, like, it was covering stuff. You know what? I'm going to move it to the bottom. Okay, so, select two faces on this side. Make sure that they're on the sides and not diagonally or something. And then we're going to select two more faces on the outside, so you should have 4 in total. And then we're going to click delete, delete the faces. If you don't have that, if you don't have like a number pad and stuff like that, and it's just a short keyboard, you can right click, I do believe it is. Let me see. Yeah, I think you can backspace it. I'm pretty sure you can backspace it. No. Delete and then faces. Unfortunately, I've got a longer keyboard. I don't really know what the shortcut for that one is. Google's great for that, but if you've got a delete button on your keyboard, then that's different. I've got the number pad ones. So, delete should be at the top if you're on a laptop. Right, so we've got the basic ring that we're going to do at the bottom. I'm just looking at my notes here. Okay, so to make this ring, you want to go E for extrude. Just scale out just slightly. E for extrude. We're just going to make it round and then have like a little curve on the inside. So E for extrude. And then E for extrude, and we're just going to bring it back in again. So scale inwards. You can mess around with this afterwards if you'd like to. So that's going to be our basic ring, basic shape at the bottom. I'm just going to go to object mode right here. We're going to right click, shade smooth. Now what you want to do, you want to do the texture first before you start duplicating things. So we're going to go with texture, which will be material. Click new. When she loads, there we go. Right, so this material, you can name it if you want to. I don't sometimes, because I kind of just like working fast, but we're just going to name this as gold, gold surface, gold pattern, gold. I'll just put gold CO for the moment. So you've got all these options down here as well that you can do. If you'd like it translucent, you can do. If you want it as an emission, I don't know why you'd want the bottom of a coffee table as an emission, but you can do. For me, on this project, I'm going to be doing a gold. So I'm just going to go with the orange, turn the metal all the way up, roughness down. If you haven't already, these tutorials are in cycles, so if you just go to the render tab, you just click off cycles right there. When you render, you can see that we've kind of got this gold effect going on. Now, the lighting isn't great in here, so I'm just going to change the lighting to a sun. Just turn that up a little bit. Okay, so this isn't quite gold. We want this a little bit brighter. I'd say roughly about that much. So we're just making a basic table. I mean, like, you know, it doesn't have to be perfect the first time. So we're going to duplicate this. So Shift D. Oh, my computer's running a little bit slow today. And just bring it up for roughly coffee table size. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add another circle. Now this is going to be our glass. So what you want to do, if you've got a number pad, you can press to get different different views and stuff like that. So for me, I've just pressed 7, that's straight on top. So what you want to do is scale the circle all the way out until it just matches up with your table. Now I would go right towards the edge with this. Oops. Just press shift to move around. Just go as close to the edge as you possibly can. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go to edit mode. You've got all of your sides selected. Press E for extrude. Scale inwards slightly. Oops. I don't think my E worked. E for extrude. Click it down. Oh, come on. For some reason my extrude isn't working. What did I do wrong? Okay, now I'm going to take it off that because I think it's taking up way too much RAM. Also, you're going to want to bring this up into the middle. Just slightly. And I say just slightly because we're going to fill that in later on. So just go to your edit mode again. I think because I was on the rendered mode, my computer's not playing ball currently. It doesn't want to play ball. Why are you not playing ball? Right, here we go. So press A to select everything. E for extrude. But don't move it. And then scale inwards. There we go. This is what she should be doing. She wasn't doing before. I think I ran out of RAM. Okay, so we now have this kind of ring going around. So this is where the stuff gets a little bit complicated, but I'll talk you through it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this outer ring, just G. and move it downwards just slightly so that we can see what we're doing. So what we're going to do with this is go back to edit mode, A to select everything, E for extrude, and you just want a little lip on this. So that's where your little lip is. What I'm going to do is just bring it up just a little bit further. And then what you want to do is Control R. And you'll notice that these little features come up here. So scroll your scroll wheel once. And then you should have a band all the way around once you click. Just scale that just slightly. So it's outwards. Come on. So that you got a little bit of a bevel going on around the edge. My computer's been a bit slow today. Here we go. Right, so this is what it should look like. So you've kind of got that little bit of a curve going around the edge. And you've got like a little bit in the middle. Now, here's how you make your glass. And this is going to be on the inside. So let's go again, Control R. Go to the middle. Now you can make a secondary scroll if you want. You can have just like one line going around. It's up to you. I'm going to make a secondary one, so Control R. I'm going to do it like that. Right, so now you can press F to fill, which is going to mess up some of your vertices if you do decide to go with two lines. Or press Control R again. Or not. Right. And then we press F for fill. And it's all smooth. So it depends what you want to do with it. I'm going to just go with the one, I think, at the moment. So now, this whole shape, as a whole, just has one material on it. It's just one texture. We want to divide that into two separate ones. So, here's what we do. We're going to go back to the object mode, just for the moment. I'm just going to right click and just click smooth. Now you can subdivide this if you want to before you click smooth. So this is what it looks like just before I subdivided. If I was going to subdivide, I'd press A to select all. Subdivide. It's subdivide. Makes it a little bit smoother. You can do that. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. You can also go to the add modifier and you can go with smooth. And this will just make it. It does kind of make it smooth, but it doesn't at the same time. So, I mean, like, if you want to use that modifier, you can do. I mean, that's what it looks like when you do use the modifier. Right, so, you want to make this two separate things. So, what I'm going to do is just bring the string back up. That was me, my foot. If you heard a weird noise, it was my foot. It's not going to make it now, is it? No, it's not going to make it. It sounded a little bit off. Trust me, it was my foot on the chair. Right, so, anyway. I'm going to go G, bring this up to the top just there. Now you notice that you clip in a few vertices here. So what you want to do, press S to scale, just scale it in just slightly. So it's flush, but it's just sitting there. So I mean, you could, in theory, if you wanted to, you could make this a little bit taller if you wanted to, make it a bit shorter. It's totally up to you. It's your design. And just stick that there. Right, so now we've got the basic premise of a table. Now we want to make the legs. I'll teach you how to do the glass in a moment. I want to make the legs. So I'm going to be using cubes. Scale this upwards. You can use whatever you like. I mean, you could do some fancy design if you wanted to. With circles. That actually sounds really nice. A little bit of fancy design with circles. What you're going to want to do is just get it right up to here. Scale inwards. S to scale with stuff. So 1 second. Yeah. So just try and make it as central as you possibly can. G for up. So it just sits inside there. Now, this side you notice poking out the top. So if you go to edit mode and you select faces, you can actually click the face right there and just press G and just bring it down. That's all you need to do. So now we have this kind of sideways table a little bit. So now what we want to do, I mean, you could do a twist on this. I mean, it'd look nice with a twist. I've not used twist in a while, so let me see. I think it's called twist. Screw? Yeah, screw. Okay, so this is it's a little modifier that you can use. You can actually put kind of a screw effect on things. That's if you want to use that. Sometimes, obviously, you need to take it back up again. Let me see. If I just put this back at 0, can I do that? I'm just kind of going through some stuff that you guys could use right now. Let's put that back at 16. Angle. Yeah. So you can get like a little screw effect going on with that. That's totally up to you if you want to use that. Let's see. Just delete that. You've got a lot of different modifiers here. You've got deform ones, you've got curve, cast, smooth, wrap, you've got wave, you've got shrink wrap. A lot of different things. I mean, I'd encourage you absolutely to try different techniques out, because you know, you never know what you might stumble upon that might assist you later on in your endeavours with your projects. But today I'll leave it as a square. You guys can experiment and stuff like that, but I'll just show you the basic premise. So you've got your oblongy kind of thing going on. Right, so materials. Go down to your materials tab, click new. So you're going to get a new material right here. If you want the gold, the original material that's made for the base here, you just go to this drop down and you'll be able to find it pretty much straight away. So this is what we currently have. And what we want to do, it looks a bit tacky to me. To be honest with you, I could add some surface modifications to that, add some scratches and stuff. So take this, Shift E to duplicate, and just bring it over the other side and make it as flush as you possibly can to those two sides. I mean, you could use a grid reference if you really wanted to. So you notice that this first one is just before this line. So then this first one should just be before this line. If you've kept everything flush to its original spawn point, you should be able to see everything in the mirror kind of effect. Right, so click this one, and then we're going to press Shift, and we're going to click our first one. Shift D to duplicate, leave it where it is. So now you've got two table legs that are over two table legs. What we want to do now is we want to rotate them. So if you press R for rotate, go straight up on the Z axis. Now if you press 90 on your keypad, so 90, it'll go like this. Now you'll notice one of the table legs is outside of the boundaries of where we'd like it to be. So we're going to delete that one. So just click to accept. Take this leg, press delete on your keyboard. And notice now that we have 3 legs. Now if you want to have more legs you can do, but I'm going to do like a little fancy design just on one of them. So Shift D, just bring that out slightly. And then, you know what, I could just like pull some stuff in here. This is just a little design that I've just decided to do. Regards to that, so I'm just going to go Shift D. You don't have to do this if you don't want to, but if you do want to do this, you're just duplicating things and really experimenting. So it's S to scale, just to bring it out a little bit. And just duplicate another one. Scale that one inwards. I'm just kind of making a little fancy pattern on the side. You know, and I don't like the way that this reflects. I don't like it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add a plane at the bottom so that you guys can see some of the reflection that it has. So you see that it's very reflective. It's almost like mirror-like, but it's not quite sharp. I'd like it to be sharp. So you notice now that we've got a little bit of roughness going on. So that's why it's not as sharp. So if I turn the roughness down, it's going to go straight into a mirror. Let me see. I do want to put something on there. I'd like, actually, to put some scratches on there. Or some Voronoi texture. So Voronoi texture would look real nice. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come back off the render tab right there. Let me see. I think I just made 3 vertices on there. Okay, so I'm just going to move this across so it's on that side. Now you'll notice that it's the wrong way around. So I'm just going to get it flush as I can. We're going to go alpha rotate. Hit 180 on your number pad. And it should just turn straight around. And it should be just on the table. We do have a few gaps there. I'm just going to move those. I'm just going to mosey those on in. See what we got. It might be an issue for the other side as well. So you kind of got that fancy table look. Hold on, do we have? Yes, we do. So you notice that we've got gaps just in between there. Just gonna mosey that on in. Mosey it in. Oh. Right. So that would be our basic premise. Now, as far as the ring goes at the top, now this is totally up to you. I mean, you can have whatever colours that you'd like to. Just make sure that it doesn't clip the outside. So now we're going to make the little glass kind of window thing going on. So what you want to do, because this is going to be 2 different materials, go to your materials tab. And we're going to assign new. And we're going to call this one outer black. So this will be the kind of rubber seal that goes around the outside. So hold on. I thought that was my dog getting out. It's my partner coming home. So anyway, the rubber seal that's coming around the outside, we want to just change that to a black tone. Now you notice that the glass turns black as well, so we've not assigned it anything. So what we're going to do, we're going to go new material again. And this will say outer black 1. Now that's not what we want. So this new material, we're going to go glass. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do, because I've started recording again, select your glass piece. And then we're going to go edit mode. And you just want to select the centerpiece right here. Make sure that you deselect anything that's around the outside. So you're just literally centerpiece only. Now at this point you want to press the plus in the corner. And we want to assign new material. And where it says principled BSDF, we want to go with glass. You're going to click assign. Go to come back to the object mode. Just click off that. Something very squeaky outside. And then we have glass effects. Now you notice that the glass itself is very foggy. So what we want to do is just turn down the roughness. And this is what we should have. I noticed that there's a little bit of a warp there. That's just the side of the glass. Just accumulating right there. So I kind of want to add some patterns to this, and I kind of want to add some like texture and stuff. So what I'm going to go and do is go into the shading tab. I am going to change the colour of this plane underneath because it is pretty, it's very light. It's always blinding me. Right, so also I'm going to move the sun out of the way as well. Okay, so when you go into the shading tab, it's just up here, if you can see that. Right here if my mouse ever shows up, there we go. Right, shading tab's right there. Now at this moment, I don't have the key controls that I can show you, because for some reason it doesn't pop up on shading. So, what we're going to do, click the center kind of wheel, if you will, the tabletop. What we're going to do, go into your materials, because you've got two materials here. It's only going to show one material at a time. So what you want is the glass, we've written glass inside of there, but that will be the glass hold. Excuse me. I'll just put the holder. Alrighty then. So, apparently that's black. It's showing up as white, but okay. Let's see what we can do with this. So this is going to be the metal side of it, so I'm just going to turn up the metallic a little bit. Not too much, we don't want it mirrored, but we want just enough. So on the gold bit here, when we click this one, we want to do a Veroni texture. This is going to give us a couple of scratches. So I mean, it's up to you if you want to do the Veroni texture. Excuse me. So we go colour to base. And you notice that you've kind of got this weird patterning going on, and it's no longer gold. So we have to remake the gold in theory. So this is a Veroni texture, which makes little hexagons all over the place in random points. So we're going to pull this so that it's scaled upwards. So we've kind of got like that kind of rough cut metallic look, I guess. The next thing we're going to do is put in a colour ramp. Just stick that right in the middle there. We're going to add some reds, and then we will add some yellows. Just make that a bit brighter. We're going to put some more yellows over this side as well, but we're going to go with a bit of orange. So you've kind of got that that shading going on. Now, depending on what you want, you can put these in different positions just to see what works for you. That kind of works for me. So, we need a bump texture. I believe bump would go there. Yep. Okay, so now you can see we kind of got this kind of cracked effect. Now, you can scale this up, you can scale this down, you can do whatever you want with it. Make it rougher, make it less, whatever you want to do. It just gives the table a little bit of character, as if it's been knocked at some point. You know, totally play around with the settings, invert things, make things look a little weird. Okay, so the glass in the middle of the table looks a little bit normal. It just kind of looks too perfect, and I love trashing things in Blender. It's like one of the best things that you can do for Blender, because if you've got something that's so perfect, then people are just going to go, that looks fake. But if you've got something that's full of scratches, it's got bumps on it, it's irregular kind of thing, people are going to look at that and go, you know what, actually that's a bit more detailed. So we're going to go for material 2, which is the glass. Whatever material you have set up, click the one in accordance. So we're going to do some noise. texture. Now you've got white noise and you've got regular noise. Either's good. It just depends what works for you and your project. So you see here I'm getting some noise on there. I could technically make this frosted glass and have that noise as a procedural, I guess. Okay, so I'm going to go bump. Let's put that in the middle. Height. You see we got all that bumpy goodness. Okay, so now we need colour ramp. So add. Remember, spell colour the American way because it is spelled the American way. You notice now that we have this going on. So we can reduce this a little bit by playing around with the I or R. It gives us kind of this very crusty look. You can scale this outwards and just have a little bit of a look to it. So make it frosted as well. So that's going to adjust how your glass responds to its environment. I'm just going to turn that up just once. Actually, no. I'm going to leave it the way that it is. You can also turn your bump node down, make it less bumpy. Or you can make it more bumpy. Turn your roughness down or your roughness up. Your scale as well. You can change all of that. To be honest with you, I like the bumpy effects. That's quite nice. Where were we? Wasn't that? I think that was it. So yeah, that's kind of like a basic kind of coffee table, I guess. It's whatever you want to make it, really. But yeah, if you got this far in the tutorial, please consider subscribing and liking. If you're on Facebook, give me a follow. I'd really appreciate it. Alright, I'll see you guys in the next one then, I guess. You kind of have this this basic pillar kind of going on. Let's make that a little bit bigger just there. Once you reach your top right there, we go into edit mode and we just want to select some of these. I'm just going to put a little cuff on the top there. So we're going to go into the faces. We're just going to select every maybe one or two, just going round. Whatever really fits with your design, really. We've got an odd one. You know what, to be honest with you, you could probably just kind of pull that in. So, excuse me, we've got these little bumps that are going around. So what you could actually do with this is like press A and then subdivide a little bit. We can also smooth that out. So these pillars have kind of got these sharp edges, but they're relatively good. So you know what, I'm just gonna tweak this a little bit. Just gonna pull these in. I'm just gonna scale it up a little so that they sit flush with the top and the bottom. This is what we should have. I'm just going to shade that smooth. If it'll allow me. There we go. Right, so we have our basic pillar right there. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is just going to shrink that down a little bit. Place it down onto the base that we have right here. So at this point, what we can do is we can actually put these in a little bit more of a perspective. So I'll just leave that at the side just in case you need it for a reference. We are going to go Shift D. If you press 1, it's just going to go like here. So if you press 10, it's going to go here. So we're going to want somewhere in that sweet spot. So press 5, I guess. You take these two. You press 10. And then take these. Shift D. Press 20. And these will all be equidistant between each other. So with these, you could probably do Shift D, and then you want to go minus, and maybe 50, I think. Okay, maybe minus 40. Oops. Yeah, okay, so now we've got many pillars that are equidistant together, that are going up into the distance. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the opportunity to put a camera in right now so that we can see the perspective. So let's add, sorry, not add, there should be a camera already within the scene, so let's align camera to view. We can press G just to bring this back a little bit. So, let's get rid of this one. Let's go for camera on this side, view, active camera. I just place that there, and then we can continue with the modelling on this side. So I'm just going to scale this outwards just a little bit more. So you can actually put trees in here and bushes and stuff like that. I'll show you how to do that. Excuse me. So now we want to add a wall. It's just going to be a basic wall. We're just going to put a plane in there, rotate it 90 degrees, scale it across somewhat, and scale it upwards. Maybe we'll have it at that distance. Also with this camera, just put the end at maybe 200 meters or more, so that we can see what's going on in the distance. So what I'm going to do is I'd like a little bit of an archway and some pillars running down here. So I'm going to go to add, and we're going to go to cube. We go G. Place the cube on top of the pillar, and then we are just going to scale it down just a little bit so that the pillar kind of fits in with the cube. And then, you know, I'm going to edit this a little bit as well. So edit, we're just going to E for extrude, and then scale it inwards at the sides. And then just E, I think. So we're just going to move this up a little bit. And then what I'm going to do is just elongate it. So S for scale, just elongate it against that axis. Now we're going to want these pillars to come onto the other side as well, so I'm just going to go ahead and select all these pillars, and I'm also going to select the pylon that's above, and we're going to go Shift D and just bring them across, but these pillars are going to go halfway through the wall as if someone's just kind of renovated it. So now what we want to do is we want to make pillars between each one of these. So what we're going to do, Shift D. Oops, we just want the pylon on top. So Shift D, we're going to rotate it by 90 degrees, scale it down, and then for every one of these pillars that we have, we're just going to place this right on top. So what we could actually do, if we get all the calculations correct, actually, we could press 1, we could press -1. So if we get it just right, and then we press Shift D, and then we press, was it 5 or 50 or something? Yeah, we just slowly it kind of sticks. So then we could duplicate this, and then we could press 10, and then that'll be on the next set of rows. Press G, just move those across slightly. Now we select all 4, and then we shift D and press 50, or maybe 40, if it works. We can get them onto these pylons as well. So I'm just gonna go ahead and you know what, I'm gonna press 10. Oh, sugar. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that one. So select them all, press Shift D, and I mean you can just literally place them on top at this point. And there we go, we got a full row. I'm just going to adjust those a little bit. Okay, so once you got this full row going on, we can add like a little sun, I guess. So do we have a light? I think we do have a light in the scene. Yes, we do. Right, so I'm just going to delete this light off. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to put a sun in. I'm going to make sure that the render engine is cycles, because that's what we're working with. We're going to add. We're going to go sun. Bring that across. I just realised something. Screencast keys. Why are the screencast keys not there? Oh, that's weird. That was ticked. I swear that was ticked. Hopefully you followed along. So yeah. Could elongate these ones a little bit. You gotta get the shadows correct. Sorry about that. So hopefully you guys already know the controls by now. So we're gonna I'm gonna continue keeping it on there, but hopefully you guys know what you're doing. So because I'm talking you through it anyway, like E and S for select and all that kind of stuff. So the lighting, excuse me, as regards to the lighting, we can now change it. So you can have it as a dawn. We don't rotate. Computer's kind of slowing down a little bit. Come on. You kind of have it as this kind of dawn that's going on. These very long shadows. It's kind of very nighttime-y kind of look. So we can actually tint this, maybe like a blue or something, or we could do a yellow, like a dusk feel to it, or even a dawn feeling, really. Yeah, I like that one. Okay, so as regards to your backdrop, we could do some shader tab kind of things with that. The floor also, we could do shaded tabs with that. I'm just going to go ahead and set the shader tab up so that I can show you guys what I mean by that. But first, we're going to add a plane just on top here. So we can catch some of these shadows and get some darker patches on this. Oh yeah, my computer's being super slow right now. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to elongate this building a little bit before doing anything else. So Shift D, and we could roughly just get it in place over here by eye if you wanted to. Oops. Okay. So you see we got these intersecting vertices right here. So what you need to do is just click on these two walls and just delete them. When my computer allows me to do it. There we go. Right, so delete this one. And delete this one. We can take this vertices right here, this face right here, this face right here. Oh, come on. Are we just going to scale them? Press G just to realign everything. So then we've got this this kind of huge corridor kind of thing going on. So outside right here, you can see there's a lot of blanks. For the sky and stuff like that, we could change that in the shading tab. But for first and foremost, I want to extrude this so that we've kind of got a set of steps in a way coming down. So E for extrude. Then I'm just going to go across, rotoscope that, Control R, so that we kind of got this divide going on at the bottom, and then we're going to go E for extrude, and I'm just going to extrude that outwards. So we've got another plane in the background right here. So what you're going to want to do from here, I think, is definitely going to the shading tabs. We're going to add some trees in the back here so we can give some foreground, background kind of thing going on. So for your trees, we just put this as normal. We can go to add. It should be under curve. We should have trees somewhere. Sampling tree gen. If you've not got that, you can go to edit and preferences. It should be in there. And also, let's see if we can just adjust this. So when you get a tree, don't press anything because it will change the formats. Now you notice that the tree sampling's underneath my little thing here, so I'm just going to have to turn off the screencasting keys for one moment. So we can choose from any type of tree really. You can go with willows, you can go with maples, pines, Japanese maple. I quite like Japanese maples actually. I'm going to go with that one. Leaves. You can add more leaves, you can take away more leaves, you can add to the scale of the leaves. So if we just add some leaves to these trees, and that should be just the basic tree that we could use for this project. So I'm just going to press G, move it over, put it in the background. There's no point in putting it anywhere where you can't really see it that much. Put the tree slightly in here so it looks like it's growing in. So we could have these leaves as, if you go into the material tab, just put the leaves just there, make them slightly metallic, and then have this as brown. So when we load it in like this, you should see that we've got these trees going on right now. We're just going to duplicate these, just rotate them a little bit, just give them a bit of randomness. Maybe scale some of them up, then bring some of them down, so it looks like multiple trees in one place. can make bushes as well, like you have small trees just around, or maybe it's a garden of some sort. Don't have to be perfect for your first go. As I said, just rotate them around, make some of them bigger, do different things with them, I guess. Fill in the voids, where you've got little voids right here, just fill those in. So it looks like there's more trees than there actually are. So when we press render for this, it should be looking something like this. So now I think we should go on to the shading tab for sure. Okay, so once we're in the shading tab, want to go and get these pillars, add new. Want to add noise. I usually add noise to textures and stuff like that. This will give it more of a stone kind of look. Want to go on to bump. Just switch your colour to height. So you've got this kind of very bumpy texture, very stony kind of texture. And then we want to add the colour ramp. So add colour ramp. And then we can make these as dark or as light as we'd like. So we're going to call this the grey pillar, I guess. Change this one, go for grey, go for grey. I mean, you could do this for all of them. I think you can select multiple and then ask it to go for grey. Hold on. Let's try this, shall we? So go for grey. Oh no, you have to do them individually, which is a bit of a pain. I should have done this before I duplicated them, but to be honest with you, I just wanted to get the setting in first. So this might take you a while just to kind of get all these in. Don't worry about it, like, it's part of the learning process, I guess. Add grey. Add grey. 1 second, I'll get back to you. Okay, so now I've done all the pillars right here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to camera view. Active camera. And we have this now. So this plane right here, I'd like to add some stone textures to. So I'm going to just go new. Now you can do this manually if you want to, but you're going to use up a lot of your RAM space by doing it. This way it will cut down everything. So I mean, like, the way that you can do it manually is like make every single brick and then put them in order to where you need them. But to be honest with you, yeah, you're going to use up all your RAM. So what I'm going to do is go to brick texture. I want color to base, and then we're just going to scale it down to a point where we like it. I'm just going to go ahead and adjust the mortar size to 0.01, so it's quite thin. And then we're going to go ahead and add a bump texture. I'm just going to sit that between there. We're going to go with height. So now you can see that the stone is textured. So now we need a colour ramp. Just sit that right between there. And now we kind of have this texture going on where you can actually see the brick. So if we just bring across the black right here, it'll make it a little bit darker. I'm just going to put the roughness up a little bit so it's less shiny. And just make that maybe, I don't know, a little bit deeper. So your mortar currently is black. I'm going to add some noise texture. I'm just going to add colour to colour 1. I think. Oh, hold on. Let me just backtrack a little bit. Oh, wow. You know what? I'm going to keep that. That was a happy mistake. Like, that is nice. Absolutely, I'm going to keep that. That looks actually pretty good. Okay, let's add a bump to that, see what happens. Computer's just loading in. If it ever goes like this, where it's just like completely white, it's just a computer thing. Okay, so the next bit that I'm going to be working on, I think, is just kind of pushing these a little bit just to bring up this pattern in the floor. I quite like this. This is pretty cool. Yeah, I kind of want to make a little bit of a step right here, so you kind of got this difference between these two pieces right here. So I think I might do some grass, maybe. Let me think. I need something that's just going to pull these two parts away from one another. And I think maybe I could do water. That would be pretty cool. If I just edit this, just select this face, just bring it down a little bit. Maybe a pool or something right here. That would look pretty cool. Edit that. It's gonna go Control R. Just to bring this over. Hold on, let me turn on these screencasting keys again. Excuse me. Okay, just pull it up so far. Right, I'm just gonna take these 3 faces right here. Actually 4 faces. E for extrude. 5 faces. We're gonna go with let me think. Add and then plane, and then I'm gonna make this an ocean. So add modifier ocean. Scale it down. We're just gonna get the right pattern for this. So just repeat your X and your Y's a couple of times. G, just to bring it over. Scale it down so the water's kind of got some sort of edge to it. I'm gonna heighten this right here. Let me see. Yeah, just make this a bit longer. G. Just pull that across. So you kind of got this this water that's going on. So hopefully we should get some refraction with this as well. We could do so this right here. We'll do maybe glass. See how that one works. I'm just gonna pull these up a little bit, just real quick. So we got some surface tension right there. Let's see what it looks like rendered. Yeah, okay, the water right here, so turn the roughness down, see what happens. And maybe we could turn the light up a little bit. Oh, come on. Maybe 2000. Oh, that's too bright. It's a little bright. I got my dog mum cup. Absolutely love it. Right, I'm just gonna go to the regular render and just turn this down a little bit. Maybe we go 1500. Excuse me. Click shadow caustics as well. let's see, just tone that down a little bit, max bounces. Let's tone the light down just a little bit. Maybe we could go for like 1000, maybe 100. Actually, no, yeah. Yeah, 100's working pretty well. But it's too much. I feel this pathway is just a little bit too light. There's too much going on right now. Let's see. Yeah, that works. Okay, so there's a little bit too much contrast here, and I think that flow's a little bit too shiny, but I'm just going to dull it down just a little bit. So you kind of got that marble kind of feel to it. But I feel that it's just too blown out. So maybe we could adjust this light just a little bit. We could do something with this. Shadow caustics, cast shadow. Let's just tone this down a little bit, and maybe we'd add some orange to it. Just a slight bit of orange. Maybe that would work. Yeah, we definitely want it to cast a shadow. Yeah, the water, we need the caustics to work on the water. So we're just going to go to objects right here. Let's see. Yeah. So we're going to go to shading. Receive caustics, cast caustics. And then we need to go to these pillars as well to receive caustics and cast caustic casting. Just everything caustic casting. So cast caustics, receive caustics, cast caustics, receive caustics. I mean, we only need to do this for like a couple of these. Cast caustics, receive caustics. Just make sure relatively everything that is within focus for the camera is casting and receiving. Cast, receive. That's not had its colouring put onto there, so I just need to go grey. Yep, okay. Receive, cast. And then we want to fill this background in here as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take these trees. Just Shift D them to duplicate. And we're just going to go ahead and stick them in the background. Make them maybe a little bit bigger. Shift D them. Shift D. Kind of looks like there's another row of trees at the back. And then we want to take the sky as well. We want to do that. 1 second. Okay, so being on the shading tab right now, I was going to do something. I can't remember what I was going to do. This is how filtered my brain is right now. So, I mean, layout wise, oh yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was going to do this guy. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to world. And this is going to do the background right here. So any of this grey that's in the background that is essentially the sky is going to be affected by this. So I'm going to go for noise because noise is the best for clouds. Noise texture. Go for colour right there. Now that should render in, which it hasn't done for some weird reason. Why is it reflective? Surface world background color strength. Okay. Have I selected something else? Ah, okay. Right. So scale. No. I've selected something that I shouldn't have, but I don't know what it was. Hold on. Okay, so if I just go to the coloring right here, That is really weird. So we got grey. Ah, okay, I was on the wrong setting. My bad. Right, so for this, we want white noise. Oh, sorry. We want noise texture. Oh, get it together, Bex. Right. So now we've got these weird kind of colours coming up. We want to add, and we want to go with colour ramp. And now we kind of got this greyness going on. We want to add some blue. You want to go subtle with the blue, not too much, not too little. And then you can scale these up. If you want them a lot deeper, just move this across. You got all these kind of little cloud features right here. If you want like an orange or a yellow, you can put that in between just here. Let's go with orange. You can mess around with this. Doesn't have to be perfect the first time. It just has to have like a little bit of shade to it. So you scale. We're just going to scale it back a little bit. And then, you know, detail. You can mess around with the detail and just take that off a little bit. Distortion. You mess with distortion, you're kind of going into what's the name? Oh, what's his? I forget the guy. I forget the guy who painted the things. It will come to me later. I'll be like, I know who that is. Why is my brain saying Dali? It's not Dali. Oh my gosh. I was an art student. I can't even remember this guy's name. Okay, Google. Who did the paintings with all the swirls? Ah, Van Gogh. Vincent Van Gogh. That's who I was thinking of. Yeah, if you distort this, it'll go Vincent Van Goghy. Yeah, I told you my brain's not braining today. So yeah. You can have like all these little patterns going on. I'm just going to lower the scale down just slightly. So we kind of got some wispy clouds going on. So maybe a bit more blue in there. Oh, no. That's not what we want. I'm going to just duplicate that blue. Oh, sugar. No, we didn't want that. We did not want that. Oh. Okay, so. You can kind of get some clouds from this. You see where I'm going, the basic premise and stuff like that. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it like that. I can mess around with this later. I just feel like I'm wasting a lot of time on this tutorial right now. Okay, so we've got the trees in the background. We've kind of got this grey kind of sky going on. The next thing that maybe we want to do is just put some trees at the end here, or some sort of pathway that extends so that it looks a little bit longer, so it takes the eye to that part. So we're going to go layout. And we can just extend this base part here, I guess. Just scale it outwards. Just bring it to the edit mode. You're going to want to select these faces right here, just on the side, that's all. And then just E to extrude across. And then maybe we'll take some of these trees as well and just put those lining the edges right here. It kind of looks like you're walking into a forest or something. Just rotate those 90 degrees. Bring them over. Scale them up if necessary. And then we can like Shift D, duplicate, just kind of get some background on that. And then we can take this, Shift D, rotate it again 90 degrees. And then that'll be kind of like the back of what we're looking at. Okay, so we're getting back to this now. So the roughness, I mean, like, I'm just going to try and make this water a little bit more reflective because I kind of want some reflections going on in here. We want some shading, maybe. Maybe that's the thing that I need. Let me see. Thinking very hard about this because I would like to have some sort of reflections coming here. Let's see, what can we do? We can do the OCR. Maybe that's a thing. Would that work? Kind of see through the water a little bit. I did see something being affected over here, so maybe that's a good thing. Maybe I should move the sun. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe the sun might help with that reflections a little bit. But I'm going to put some mountains in the back here because I just don't like that background. So we're just going to go to add and then plane. We're going to go for modifier again and we're literally just going to add ocean. And I mean, like, it seems like a weird thing to add an ocean. But to be honest with you, it really works for hills. It's kind of one of those weird things that's like, don't touch it, it works. I mean, we can take this and we can put this in the background and look, just about here, if I zoom in. Maybe if we change the loadout right here, the random seed. So we kind of got kind of mountainy ranges, just scale that a little bit. And maybe tilt it. See what I mean? Just scale it out. G, just drop it a little bit. So it's like you've got mountains in the actual background, which was pretty cool. Scale that a little bit more. You don't want to do these like bright green, you just want kind of, there we go, right. You want like a blue kind of colour because the way that it works is like things that are a little bit further away tend to have less colour to them. Because obviously the light's hitting our eyes at a different rate than say something up close. So you want kind of like a maroony blue. But if it's a moody weather you want to change it just a little bit. So I'm just going to scale this out just a little. We'll go on the right one. Press G. Just move that. So you kind of got this mountain range in the background. So now the background doesn't look as plain. And maybe we could take this as well and we could duplicate this. And we could just add it. Some closer mountain ranges, I guess. Oh, no. Don't want those too sharp. Just scale it up. And then just pull it up a little bit. Scale it down. So you've got that pattern in the back as well. So it's kind of like your building is in the middle of a mountain range. Gives it a little bit more perspective. I'm going to take some of these trees and just duplicate them up again. So we don't have any gaps. And just drop some of them down. Just make them a bit bigger as well So we've got some depth going on. So the next part that we want to do is we want to make some a depth of field actually. So what's going to be blurred, what's not going to be blurred, so that it looks a little bit more detailed. Okay, so I pulled this up to the big screen so that I can show you guys what you need to do. So if you go to the camera, once you have your camera in position, if you don't know how to do that, just go to a place, like zoom into an actual place. Oh my gosh, I made a mistake. Hold on, let me fix this. I didn't press the grey thing. But yeah, you basically go to a place on your little model. You go to align view, align camera to view, and it'll put the camera roughly where you need it to be. Okay, so depth of field wise, we're gonna go here, click depth of field, and you've got this dropper tool. Now you can choose absolutely anything from here, and it will focus on that particular point. So to blur the rest of it, you just mess around with your f-stop or your blades or whatever like that, your ratio or your rotation, depending on what you would like to focus in on. So for this particular piece, I think I would like to focus in on maybe this particular pillar right here. So I'm just going to turn down the f-stop right here, and you notice that this is the only thing that will show up. Now if I cancel this off and I select this pillar for example, you'll see that we only see the focus just here, and then if I cancel this off again and we go to the pillar at the bottom here, you will see that the whole exterior is blurred. So what you want to do is, depending, this is your art, you know, depending on what you want to do. I mean, even if you select the floor, you know, you're gonna have some blurred here as well. But this is your piece. Wherever you want to put the camera focus is totally up to you. The f-stop, the lower that it is, the more blurred everything will be. The higher it is, the more in focus everything will be. So if you just want a little bit of blur, you just come here and you just do this little bit of blur. So you got this perspective going on. If you want a massive blur, you can do that as well. So if we go to the render tab right now, and we'll let it just render out. When it depixelizes itself, we should see your focus. So what I'm going to do to this as well, I'm just going to find the sun, and I'm just going to edit the colour on it, because I feel that I would like more of an orange. So where are we? Sun, here we go. I'd like something that's a little bit more deeper than what we currently have. If you go to the colour wheel, you try and change it, I mean, you're gonna spend a lot of time trying to get the correct colour, but if you go to the side here, it'll just lighten and darken the colour that you already have. So, you know, whatever works for you is great. So yeah, I think I'm nearly done with this, for sure. I would have liked to have a little bit of refraction here from this. That would have been cool. Kind of some lights coming up, I guess. But it doesn't seem like it can do that. I could change this from glass and maybe, let's see, principled, make it metallic. Just pull the alpha a little bit. Maybe that would work. I think that looks better, pulling the alpha a little bit. I'm going to change the base colour to this, because whilst it's nice having it as the same colour, I would like something different. Let's see whether I can do that actually. Just select this piece. This is where my computer's starting to slow down. I'm going to guarantee that my audio is probably not even syncing up to my camera right now. I'm going to guarantee it. So just for this tutorial, I'm just going to do some tweaks. We're just going to select the face where the water is, just underneath. I'm going to change this out for something else. So press plus, new, assign. I'm going to make this a grey colour. And then I'm going to come back out click the sky to unselect everything, and hopefully that looks good. You can still see the grid reference on there, but yeah, I'm gonna make that water just a little bit more clearer as well. Maybe make it grey. Let's see. Yeah, I could I think I might change it back to glass. Actually no, because that's looking okay actually. Let's make it slightly blue. So you kind of got that picturesque blue. Although water's not actually blue unless you're in the Caribbean or something like that, you know. I certainly know the water around my area isn't blue. It's kind of this very dark grey, very questionable. Because apparently they've got sewage pipes going into it, so you know, I don't want to be swimming there. I'd rather go to the pool with chlorine, thank you very much. But yeah, I'd absolutely love a holiday to somewhere very nice with clear waters. We nearly had one actually. We nearly went to Spain, and then COVID hit, and everything else happened. So yeah. But yeah, this is a tutorial for you guys, how to make a nice place. If you like, you can follow, you can subscribe, depending on what website you're on, because I'm on Facebook, I'm on TikTok, and I've got YouTube as well. So, yeah, if you can share this video, that'd be great. Yeah, please support me. This tutorial's free. It's free to hit that like button, and it's also free to subscribe. So if you guys like this tutorial, please do so, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a spoon. So we're just going to go ahead and add, let's see, we'll just go with a cube. We're just going to elongate it a little bit and just bring it out, just so you guys can see what I'm doing right here. I'm just going to go ahead and scale it in. And then what I'm going to do is, let's go to edit mode. Just cut it in the middle right there. And we're just going to scale it outwards. And from this side we can go ahead and press E for extrude. Scale it inwards. E for extrude again. Scale inwards. From this side we go E for extrude. Scale inwards. E for extrude. And just scale inwards. Make sure that you're scaling just across the sides, so everything's flat to begin with. Press G, move it back, scale inwards. We go E again, scale inwards, and then E, and then we're just going to bring it out. Just bring it out to the side a little bit, E again. Scale it inwards. E, scale inwards. And then what we're going to do is press A and just flatten the whole thing. And then we're just going to Control R. I'm just going to get some sides in here. Doesn't have to be perfect, but as long as you've got sides, try and get them as close as you possibly can. And then we're just going to go ahead and do another one, just so it has like a little bit of a bevel around the outside. And then just select these vertices right here. Now what we're going to do is just scoop it inwards. So E for extrude. And then we'll just scale inwards. E for extrude. Scale inwards. Don't worry about going through the bottom because we're going to be changing the bottom as well. So E for extrude. Scale inwards. E for extrude. And then we'll scale inwards again. E for extrude. Scale inwards. E for extrude. Scale inwards. E for extrude, and then scale inwards. You can have this as deep as you want. I'm going to leave mine like this. So now what we want to do, because these have clipped straight through, we want to select these vertices right here. Just these faces. E for extrude. Oh, sorry. Let's select the ones on the outside too. Just don't touch the outside ones. We'll go G, bring it down a little bit. E for extrude, scale inwards. You can actually put the X-ray on this if you want to. E for extrude, scale inwards. E for extrude, scale inwards. And then E for extrude, scale inwards until eventually your spoon's kind of curved off at the end. Then we're going to go into object mode. Just shade that smooth. Then there's your basic spoon. So yeah, we've kind of got some bumpiness around here as well, so we could go into the smooth. Just smooth that out a little bit. You can add some more vertices in there if you'd like, but that's just your basic spoon design. Thanks guys for watching. See you in the next one. Okay, hi guys. So at the moment I've not got a webcam because I've basically been sorting out my room and I don't have a chair to sit on right now. So I'm literally sat on the floor like making these tutorials for you. I hope you're having a fantastic day. So the webcam will be present hopefully in the next couple of videos. I'm just literally going through all my stuff at the moment, so everything's kind of out of boxes and everywhere. So today we're going to be looking at creating a vase. So what we're going to do, we're just going to delete the default cube, and I mean this is a pretty easy project to do, so we're just going to scale it. If you've been to the prior tutorials on this channel, you'll know that we've been making cups and glasses and stuff like that. It's just basically the same premise, the same concept. So what we're going to do, just make your circle a little bit bigger, and then we're going to go to the edit mode. We're going to press F for fill, and then we're going to go E for extrude, and we're just going to bring it out just ever so slightly. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open a new little tab right here, and I'm going to put this one onto its side. So I'm just going to press 1 on the number pad. I've just realised I don't have the instructions for you guys, so I'm just going to undo that. We've got our circle and you've pressed F to fill it. I'm just going to turn on the key tracking software if I can get to it. Here we go. Screencast keys. Let me see. Yep, okay. So now, in theory, yes, we've got them on the screen. So, what I'm going to do, select your face. Go to the faces tab up here if you've not already, but select your face. E to extrude. And then we're just going to go S to scale outwards. E to extrude. Now this is going to be the bottom of our vase. And then we're just going to make this a little bit curved. We're going to make a fancy vase, kind of like a timepiece. So E for extrude, S to scale, and always keep it along the Z axis, which is your blue one. We're going to go E for extrude, S to scale. We're just going to make this really fancy one. G, come down a little bit. And then I'm going to go E for extrude, and then I'm going to come in, and then we're going to come back out again. So E for extrude, in we go. Just curve that just inwards so that it's smooth. E for extrude. And then from this point onwards, we're going to start going back outwards. Just very gently, so that it's not too much. Of course, this is your design. You can do anything that you'd like. E for extrude, S for scale. And then what we're going to do is we're going to bring it up to the lip of the actual vase itself. We don't want to go over the edge, because naturally vases will fall over if they go over the edge. If there's too much weight on one side, they'll start falling over. So we just want to come outwards very gently, and we're just about to the edge here, so I'm just going to come out just slightly, and then we're going to go up. Now this is the point where we can get a little bit fancy with it. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go E fret extrude, and I'm just going to scale it inwards a little bit. I'm going to make it like a fancy kind of vase. I'm going to go E fret extrude again, scale inwards, E fret extrude, scale inwards, so it's almost like a cup, and then I'm going to come back out again. So this is going to be kind of like a designer piece that your grandma would have had in her cupboard or something like that, you know. I'm just going to come back out again, E fret extrude, scale outwards, E fret extrude, scale outwards, E fret extrude, scale outwards, and then we're just going to come back up again, and it's almost going to be like a bulb kind of feature. Now most vases, they kind of come in at the top and then they splay outwards again, so we're going to do that. Excuse me. E fret extrude, and then we're going to come back in just slightly, E fret extrude, come back in just slightly, E fret extrude, come back in just slightly, and then what we're going to do is we're going to start splaying it outwards. So we're going to go flat on this point right here, E fret extrude. You get where I'm going with this one. I'm just going to press G and just bring this down a little bit. E fret extrude again, S to scale, E fret extrude, S to scale, and this is going to be the lip of the vase. So E fret extrude again, S to scale, E, S, and then we're going to get to the top here where we're going to do the lip of the vase. So what you want to do is do E fret extrude, and then we're going to go E fret extrude again, but then we're going to bring it in just slightly. Just be very gentle with your vertices right here, and then E fret extrude, and then scaling again. You don't want the edge of your vase to be too sharp, so make it just very smooth, very round. The more vertices that you have, the more round it will be when we smooth this out. So E fret extrude again, but don't move it, just click. And then we're going to go S to scale. Now this is going to be your flat part, this is going to be the essential rim of your vase. So then we're going to go E fret extrude, but now we're going to start going down into the vase. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn on X-ray mode so you guys can see where I'm going here, and just move it in a little bit so you can see what's going on. So what I want to do is I want to follow on the inside the pattern of my vase right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go E fret extrude, just bring it down just slightly, scale it inwards so that you've got some sort of curve just right there. E fret extrude again. You just want to go outwards just slightly, so it's got that little bit of a lip to it. E fret extrude. Now what you want to do, don't do this, because that's your inner coming outer. You see where I'm going with that? So what you want to do is just follow the edges. So maybe a square away from the edge is very good. A lot of people, they tell me, why don't you just clone it and just put it on the inside? But then again, you have to put the vertices on again. So I like to do this manually so that I have more control over my projects. So we're going to go and we're going to scale this in. Just press S for scale. Make sure that you're staying with Z axis, axis, however you want to pronounce that one. Press E, and we're just going to scale inwards. E again, scale it down, E again. I mean, you can follow the lines if you wanted to of what you've done prior. And then we're just going to scale it out, E again, excuse me, scale it out, E again, scale out, and then we're just going to continue doing this all the way down until we reach the bottom. So I'm just going to very, very quickly just do this. It doesn't have to be perfect on the inside, because obviously this is just the inside of your vase, so, you know, if you're going to change it to glass, then yes, perhaps you need to make it perfect and you need to go around the edges as much as you can. But to be honest with you, if you're just making a vase and it's just a painted vase, so to speak, and you can't see through it, I mean, you don't have to make that perfect. So for sure you can make the inside however you would like to. This is your project, you have full control over it. I would say make the glass just slightly thicker at the bottom, because you know this you can imagine the weight from the top is obviously going to be impacting the weight on the bottom, so you don't want the glass to be too thin at the bottom. You want it to have this nice stable almost physical aspects to it. I'm just going to put another little thing right there. Actually, no, you know, I'm gonna remove that. I'm gonna press G, I'm gonna take it up, and then I'm just gonna make a new vertices. So yeah, you've got to look at your physics as well. How is the glass behaving compared to the environment that it is being presented in? So right here, I'm just gonna finish off the base of the glass right there, and this will be the glass that I have, the vase even. So we're gonna go to object mode, right click, and then press shade smooth. So now we have this kind of this vase, which it is okay, I guess. I don't quite like it, but this is a design that I've seen on the internet for a vase. To be honest with you, it looks like grandma's Christmas trees, but yeah, I just kind of wanted to go with something funky today. So we're going to go on to the materials tab, and we're going to press new. If you guys have ever seen that that meme of grandma's Christmas trees up on TikTok, and she's making the ice cubes and she doesn't realise what it is, you'll understand where I'm coming with when I say it looks like grandma's ice cubes. If you don't, you're probably either not seen it or you're a little bit too young to understand what that means. But yes. So this is the vase that we have. I'm not sure, I'm going to get my mind out of the gutter now. So we're going to go with glass, BSDF. And we're just going to shade this down. Now, usually we're working with cycles, so we're going to go to the render engine and we're going to go cycles. And this is the glass that we will have. So you can see that we've got some glass going on right here. I'm just going to change this lamp to a sun, so we can see a little bit better, and then I'm just going to pull it back a little. And then I'm going to put a plane, so you guys can see this a little bit better. So this is the glass BSDF that's on screen right now. This is so that your object is glass. So what essentially you could do to make it look a little bit more glassy, I mean, you could put some more suns in here and some more lighting, so you've kind of got that thing going on. Now, another thing that you have here is you have caustics. Now, caustics are something new that's new to Blender. They've been out for a few years, but they're relatively new. They basically make better shadows. So if you click Shadow Caustics, they'll make more detailed shadows. They'll basically do anything for glass. They'll do anything for water. So if you've ever been to the swimming pool and you've gone under the water and you see all those waves and ripples that the light's creating from above, this is what caustics will do. It'll make lighting look a lot more realistic. So it'll put different things into it that, say, the original lighting that Blender provides will not incorporate. So something else that you want to take into consideration as well is not only do you need to put your caustics on your lighting, but you also need to put your caustics on your objects, so that they refract in the correct manner as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to put the caustics onto the object. So now the caustics can be found in the object mode, and from what I remember, visibility, I believe, shadows, shadow catcher, it's in one of these. 1 second. Shading, here we go. Shadow catcher, you've got that one, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, to be honest with you, this version may have incorporated it already within the software, but if you go onto this section right here, you'll be able to find it. I just want to make sure that it's actually in here. I mean, you could click Shadowcaster if you want to. Shadowcatcher. Yeah, I think. Oh, here we go. Sorry, I just missed it. Right, cast caustics and receive caustics. Okay, so this is the object mode. You want caustics. You want the shadow, the display shading. So what we're going to do is we've done the background for caustics. We're going to do the object for caustics now. I knew I wasn't going crazy. It was somewhere. So cast caustics and receive caustics. Now, if I take one of these lights and I just turn it down a little bit, go to the light bulb section. Just turn that down a little bit, and then we turn this one down a little bit. I'm going to put this one as 500. Yes. I think this is too bright. One of these is really, really bright. Let's see, 100. See if that affects it. This is super bright. That's the blue one, the white one. Let's go with 50. Wow. Right, so Blender has this thing with the lighting where it's either very extreme or it's very little. And as you can see, I'm having to scale these lights all the way down just to be able to get some sort of detail in here for you guys. So you guys can see what's going on. So we've got a white light here and we've got a blue light. So this one is your blue light and this one is the white light. So we've got the blue on this side, hence why we've got a blue shadow, and this side is the white light, hence why we've got a white shadow here. They cancel each other out. Ironically, they work really well. If you've got like multiple different colours, they actually meld really well together. So if you've got say for example, if you've got a red and a blue light on each side of the screen, they will actually turn purple in the middle. Blender's really good at blending together colours on the colour wheel as well. So that's something that you could also look at. So this is our glass. This is just the standard glass. So yeah, if you guys enjoyed the tutorial, please subscribe, please like. I'm trying to build the channel up at the minute to 100,000 subscribers. I currently have, I think it's 10,800 people on this this channel. 10,800 lovely people on this channel. I'd love to make it a lot more. I'd love to build the community here. So please, if you're on my YouTube, do subscribe. If you're watching this on Facebook or any other sites, give us a follow, give us a like, and it's free, you know. So yeah, have a wonderful day. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one, I guess. Bye. Because I believe the way that his watch was, the clock face actually hung over the top. It was a thinner band. Oops. Yeah, my program's kind of kicking off with me right now. Okay, so I think I'm going to use a plane actually. This will be a lot easier with a plane to do. I'm just trying to figure stuff out. I kind of like showing you guys the footage of me trying to figure things out, because at the end of the day you guys are going to be trying to figure this out, and you know, if I'm doing everything perfect, then you're going to go, oh, you know, I'm terrible at this. But I'm telling you now, like, everyone's going to start somewhere. So I'm just going to offset that a little bit. Like, even when I started Blender, it was chaotic because I just had no clue what I was doing. So I mean, like, the way that some of the watches work, you could just have a plain band and then have it attached on the other side, or you could have the watch itself attached by a couple of hinges. You know, I might do the hinge design. I'm contemplating, like, do I want to do this design? Is this the design that I would like to see? So yeah, maybe we'll do the hinge one. So what I'm going to do, make 2 squares right here. put that in the middle. So this is going to be the back of the belt right here. So I'm just going to go to edit mode, and we're just going to scale this outwards. So we kind of got a back to it right there. And then I'm going to go E for extrude, just bring that outwards a little bit. And then I'm going to select this side, E for extrude, just scale it a little bit, E for extrude, E for extrude again, scale it downwards. So you've got this kind of thing going on right here. Do it to the opposite side as well. E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, E for extrude again. Just scale that one inwards. So then you've got the basic strap just there. And then what we're going to do is we'll have a little loop going through here, a little loop going through here. So you could do this via Taurus if you wanted to. I don't know how good it'd look because it kind of gets a little bit weird. But I personally would do this manually. So add a cylinder. I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees so that it's flat. G, move it over. Scale it down. It's going to be a little bit of fiddling. Scale it across. I'm just going to place this just roughly on the hinge here. Now once you make one, you don't need to make the other one because you just duplicate this, it's fine. G across. Scale it outwards just a little bit. So that would be your first bar. So the next thing you want to do is go edit mode. You're going to select one of these vertices. Let me get it on 7 for you. E for extrude. Rotate it. G, bring it over. Just gonna scale that a little bit. E for extrude. Bring it over. Rotate. E for extrude, rotate it. Just press R for rotate. You don't really need to mess around with the vertices at this point. I'm just going to move this one. Let me see. Yeah, I want these points. Rotate. G, go across. It's a little bit of fiddling, but you get there. G, come across, rotate it so it's inwards. E, rotate. E, there you go, rotate. Oops. Rotate that one inwards so that it's completely flat. It's upwards. Okay, so now we have this. I'm just going to move that across just slightly. So now we want this piece to select with this one. So we're just going to go E for extrude, bring it all the way up. Obviously it's at an angle at the moment, but we can fix that. So G, bring that up, and then we're going to go G again, just move it across. And then we're going to do the exact same thing that we did on that side. So E, and then we're going to rotate that. E again, rotate. Doesn't have to be perfect. I mean, it's a watch, it's probably been bashed around and stuff like that. E for extrude, rotate. E for extrude, rotate. Just get it roughly lined up. And then from here we're going to go, these are selected, press shift, select these, press F, and that should just link it straight up. Hopefully. No, it doesn't, sorry. So my one must have twisted at some point. So I'm just going to go E for extrude and just kind of seal the loop. It looks a little bit more detailed, I think, when you do it that way, because it doesn't look perfect. Fill that. Yeah. So it kind of looks, it just looks like the metals being clasped together. Okay, so what we want to do now is right click, shade smooth. So it's going to be all smooth right here. Now adding a colour to it, we want to go with clock silver. Let's go with the slight grey, and then you want to make the roughness down, the metallic up. Just bring up. I'm going to make it less metallic actually. Just make it kind of a very pale kind of colour. Right, so now that we've done that part, I want to make the leather strap here. So we're going to go new, and we're just going to put the black leather strap. And we're going to make this slightly metallic. It has to be slightly rough, but we're going to edit this later on as well. So just make it slightly off colour, brown, and then we're going to shade that smooth as well. Oh, let me see. So the next piece that we have, we also want this the same colour as the leather strap, and we want to do the same thing that we did on the side with this one. So now we just want this piece to come in on this side. I'm just going to move that upwards a little bit. So taking this piece right here, we want to go edit, E for extrude, select the side face, E for extrude, scale upwards, E for extrude, scale, scale upwards, E for extrude, leave it where it is, E for extrude, and then scale downwards just on the other side. Now you notice that this possibly doesn't fit properly, so what we're going to do is we're just going to scale from the Z axis just to make this a little bit bigger. And then I'm just going to elongate it just slightly, and G, just move it in just there. So where's it gone? There it is. Come on, my computer's really not playing ball today. So now we have two attachments to the wristwatch. I'm just going to scale that again. Maybe just, yeah, I think that would be roughly be right for the wristwatch. Just going to scale this downwards just slightly, a little bit of adjustments. I think, oh my gosh, that's way too long for a strap, but see what's going on. I want to scale on the X, I think. No, we want to scale on the Z. Right, there we go. Right, so now you notice that this clasp is a little bit too big, so what I'm going to do as well is just scale that down. My computer really doesn't want to play ball today. It's like I'm selecting things and it's just not getting the right things selected. Right, so make sure your clasp is just on the inside there so it looks detailed. Now, you can take this and duplicate it. So we're going to duplicate right there, and then you notice that it's the wrong way around, so what you want to do is just rotate it 180, bring it back onto the other side, and just place it there. And then we're going to take the hinge, and then we're just going to duplicate that and move it across to the other side. There we go. Okay, so this is the basics of the watch. You'll notice that one side is way too long, because usually the clasps are dedicated to one side, mostly at least the designs that I've seen. So I'm just going to take in this side just slightly, and then the other side I need to make it a little bit more pointed. So we're going to press G, move it across, and this is where the clasp's got to be, on this side, when my computer decides to play ball. Come on. There we go. Right, now on this side we want to make this a little bit thinner, so edit mode. We're going to go for the faces. Let's click the end face right here. Come on. Right, press G. Go across all the way to the back. And I'm going to press E, and we're just going to slightly just make this thinner. Press E for extrude. Scale this inwards. Just make it a little bit thinner. E for extrude. Scale inwards. Make it a bit thinner. E for extrude. Scale inwards, and then we're just going to round it off at the end. Now at this point we're going to want to put little holes and stuff like that, so I mean you could subdivide this, just select all these ones, subdivide, 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 and then from here we could put some holes in here. So you want to go with your face selects and just select random points where you would like to put holes in the canvas right here. Maybe just there. That'd do, I think. And press, we could do E for extrude. Just bring them down a little bit. So now, we should have little kind of indents where the holes are. So now we kind of want a clasp going all the way around. So what I would suggest is work with a cube. Actually, yeah, we'll work with a cube. We'll bring this out. So, or maybe do I not? You know, I'm going to work with a plane. I like the planes. Let's move across. Scale it outwards. Oops. Don't press H like I'm doing. Scale that. Edit mode. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to quarter this up a little bit. Yeah. Just put that to the centre right there. Just delete the faces off that. Right, press A, E for extrude, scale it inwards just slightly, so it's got some sort of bevel. We're going to add a rotor, so Control R, and scale it outwards, just slightly. Shade smooth. For the colour on this one we could use gold. Then we're going to add a cube. Press G, just bring it over. Scale it outwards. You don't need to do anything fancy with this. Press G, don't press H. I keep doing this. So I'm just going to rotate this just slightly so it sits within the handle. So it pointed in, excuse me, pointed inward slightly. Smooth that out, put it with gold, just to match the rest of the buckle. Now you notice as well one of the hands is missing. I don't know if you've noticed this, but I noticed this about 5 minutes ago. It seems we're missing a hand, and it's right there. So, just gonna bring this up. There we go. And there is your watch, or at least the basic watch, for you guys to work with. If you guys want to make anything different about it, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot that I've just taught you, and you know, maybe you're looking at this going like, you know, I could build something better than that. Okay, you know, go ahead. You know, this is just a tutorial. I'm pretty sure if I was doing stuff just working wise, I would have added a lot more detail. E, but oh, you've got a computer and you're recording at the same time as you're building, your computer's going to struggle, so there's only so far I can go for you guys design wise, so I'm just going to do some tweaks here. Now for those of you who want to do some details, I can do details with you. Okay, so for those of you who want to do all the detailing and stuff like that, I'll show you how to do that now. So what you're going to want to do is at the top here you've got shading tab, so click on the shading tab. Now depending on what you want to do with the watch, depends on what you would like on here, I guess. So we're going to start working with the leather first. Now usually you get a crackled effect with leather, so what we're going to do is go to texture, for only texture, go colour to base, and you notice that we got this kind of very funky kind of pattern going on right now. So we're going to scale this up just a little bit, and this is going to give us our little leather look. So I also want to add some noise texture on here as well. So maybe we could go for the roughness on the noise. Maybe that would work. Maybe not the roughness, maybe the detail. Yeah, definitely the detail. So, roughness onto the detail. And notice now that you've got all this kind of texture going on in the background. So, we don't want this clock to be this funky kind of colour. So what we're going to do, add a colour ramp. Add on the nodes, colour ramp. Right into the middle right here. So, we want kind of like this brown kind of leather kind of look. So we're just going to go down to that bit. Just make that, there it is. So you can mess around with this as much as you want, see what works for you. Yeah, I think it's pretty rough. If you go to the random, it will change it to this kind of shape, or it will change it to this kind of shape. So we're wanting this kind of shape. I'm just basically experimenting with this at the moment. So the white is nice in here, but I just don't think that it fits very well. So I'm just going to change it to a grey kind of texture when my computer plays ball. Maybe just brighten that a little bit. It's all about just messing around really and just seeing what works for you. I'm just going to disattach this just 1 second and just scale this up. Colour to detail. Maybe make that a little bit darker. So now everything's a little bit flat and it just doesn't look detailed at all. So what we're going to do is going to add a bump texture. So if we add and then press the bump, just type in bump texture. And then what you want to do is change the normal to the height. So now this will give us more of a detailed look on things. So if you want subsurface or you want a coat on there as well, you could also just put a little bit on there. Just kind of give it that little bit of a gleam. In the centre here, I'm going to put this as gold, just to match the theme. So, if I put this as a material of gold, and I do anything to it, it will affect the rest of it. Just to warn you, just to pre-warn you on that one. That's just generally how it works. So now you notice that the gold is at the back there as well. We don't want that. So the best way, I'm just going to elongate it a little bit. Let's press G, and I'm just going to bring it down so that we've got the clock face back. There we go. Because what it was an intersecting vertices at the back. I didn't realise that that was there. So anything that we do to this gold will inevitably affect this gold right here, will inevitably affect the gold at the back right here. So if you want a separate gold, just press the new material button here and then name it gold 2 or something like that. For me personally, I'm just going to go with this today. I'm going to add a noise texture. So go to add and then type in noise. Colour to base colour. And you notice that you get all these fancy little multicoloured dots everywhere. That's a graining. So now we're going to add the bump texture in there. And you notice that everything's a weird colour now. So this is going to give us a texture. And then we're going to add the colour ramp. Add, come on. Told you my computer wasn't there. Playing ball today. Blooming heck. Oh, this is gonna freeze. Oh, this is not good. Come on. I have a feeling this is gonna freeze. Okay, I'm back. My computer just decided to have a little bit of a hissy fit. So we're gonna add a colour ramp. Now we've got this kind of like grey and stuff, and everything else is going to be grey now. Even the end of the clasp is going to be grey. So what we want to do is we want to add some oranges in here and some yellows and some reds, just to make up this gold a little bit more. You have to play this mostly by eye. Take the roughness down. Just slightly, I think. Just scale this upwards a little bit. Now you can have that, or you can put a Veroni texture on it, which will just give you kind of like a shiny, almost scratched look to it. Let's try the Veroni. Yeah, so now you kind of got this kind of crinkled, scratched look, if you can see that on the camera right there. Which kind of gives it like this kind of fancy kind of look to it. You can also turn down the roughness so it's kind of got a shine, so you can see what's going on. Yeah, so basically that's the basics. For this silver stuff, I mean, like, make it metallic, I guess. For your background, for your clock, I mean, you could put pictures on there if you wanted to and stuff like that. I'm just going to improve the lighting on this because I think we need some better lighting. So I'm just going to add, come on computer. I hope this doesn't freeze. Oh wow. You know what, I'm going to leave it here for the day, but thank you guys for watching the tutorial. Like, obviously my computer's not playing ball today. It's been very slow, so I'm going to go see what's up with it, see if some drivers need downloading. Yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Please subscribe, please like. If you're on Facebook, give us a follow. TikTok, hi. Give us a follow as well, please. Thank you. Have a good day, guys. Hi, what's going on, guys? So we're going to be making a vase or a vase today, however you pronounce it. Because I've heard like so many people pronounce it in different ways. So right, what we're going to do, we're going to start by deleting the default cube. All of the commands, by the way, if you're new to this, they're all in the corner here, so you can see what I'm doing. So if I left click, it'll show up. If I right click, it'll show up. If I press spacebar, it'll show up. You know the whole gist of it. Right, so to start off making our vase, we're going to go into add, mesh, and circle. We're then going to press S to scale it outwards. It's going to make it pretty big so you guys can see. I'm also going to split the screen so you guys can see the inside of it as well. So what I want to do is go to edit mode. I want to press F for fill. This will give it a face. E to extrude. Scale outwards slightly. E to extrude. Scale outwards again slightly. E to extrude. And what you should end up with is something like this on the base of your object. We're going to go E to extrude again, so that we've got the rim. E to extrude. It's a lot of E for extrudings and moving things to make stuff like this. So we are going to go E for extrude again. We'll scale it inwards slightly. E for extrude. Scale inwards. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to split the screen actually, so you guys can see it from a side view. So this one, I believe it's one, yeah. So I'm going to put it just there so you guys can see. So select your top face again. I'm going to go E for extrude. I'm just going to go in slightly. What we're going to do, we're going to make the vase so it's thicker at the bottom, it goes in a little bit and then it comes back out again. So we're going to go E for extrude. Scale it in slightly, E for extrude. Now at this point we're going to start going outwards again, so E for extrude, you're just going to go straight up. Don't go to the side because then you'll make a warps kind of object and it doesn't look pretty in the end. Scale outwards just slightly. E for extrude. Scale outwards. E for extrude. Scale outwards. It's just how we're going to do it now. So once we've got this basic shape going, I'm just going to zoom out a little bit because this is going to be a little bit taller just to accommodate. So we want to put flowers in here or roses or something, so they're going to have long stems. So we want to make the vase or the vase pretty long. So E for extrude. And maybe I'll just make it come in just a little bit, just there. E for extrude. Just go along the same axis. E for extrude. Just slowly bring it in. And then as we get to the top here, we're just going to splay it out a little bit. So that you get that lovely bunch of flowers just coming outwards. Scale it out. E for extrude. E for extrude. Try and make it as smooth as you can. Just pull it in just slightly. Now, when we get to the top here, this is the part that I'm going to use the X-ray so that you guys can see on the inside of what I'm doing. So, when we get to the top here, we want a little bit of a lip. Just a slight tad one. Now, the lip can be on the inside, it can be on the outside. E for extrude. And you're just going to do it very tiny. Just very tiny at the edges here. Scale inwards just slightly. Oops. Yeah. Press S to scale. Scale inwards just slightly. E for extrude, but don't move it. Then we're just going to scale inwards so it's flat. We got E for extrude again. Don't move it. Scale inwards. And now we're going to go G. I can get this, G. And then we're going to go down slightly. So now you can see that we've gone onto the inside of our object. E for extrude again. And you can see the walls coming in just there. Now you can follow the same patterns as all of the lines here if you'd like, or you can put your own patterns in. Totally up to you. I'm just going to scale this one outwards just slightly. Now what you want to do at this point, so this dark grey part here is inside of our vase, and this more lighter part here is the outer side of the vase. So what you want to do is you want to just leave a tiny, tiny gap. So if we go for E for extrude again, you'll notice that we've got a little bit of a gap. And E for extrude, because if you go on the outside of this, then the vertices come out. So, for example, that does not look very, very good if it's like that. So you want this just on the inside, so that you've got that little space, you've got that little gap. E for extrude again. Scale inwards. E for extrude. And then we're just going to continue all the way down to the bottom. I might just cheat a little bit and just mosey the sun in. But you don't need as many vertices on the inside, I don't think, at least. Compared to your outside. Because no one's really going to see it. So, I mean, unless you've got a virtual camera going straight into your vase, then that's different. But, generally, if this is just a prop just sat there, no one's going to see the inside of it. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't be untidy with it, it's just that no one's going to see it. So there's not much of a point in making it super detailed. I'm just going to round this off at the bottom. Okay, so now we've got a little vase that we can put stuff in. So we'll notice that there's a lot of lines on here. So what you're going to do is just right click and shade smooth. And that's it. That is literally it. That's how you make a vase. If you guys have enjoyed this tutorial, please leave a like, subscribe, and if you're on Facebook, consider giving me a follow. It'd be great. Thank you. See you later. So as per usual, I've got the keystrokes on here so you guys can see what I'm doing. So, you know, left click, right click, you know, center, whatever like that. Right, so what I want you to do when we start this off is go into your shading tab and you're going to notice this. This is our nodes. So hold on one little tiny second because I don't think the screen keys are on this one. Why aren't the screen keys on this one? I'm pretty sure they'll show up at some point. So, hold the sensory scroll wheel. This will enable you to move everything around. So at the moment these two are selected. So what you want to do is go to add. And then we're going to, I mean you can type this in or you can find it. But you want to just type brick. And there's no search. There's a little search bar that comes up. But at the beginning there's no search bar. So you don't need to press anything. Just type brick. So you're going to go with the brick texture here. So what you want to do is put colour to base colour from the brick texture. You notice that you get this wonderful little brick texture right here. So the cube's actually on its side at the moment, so I'm going to rotate that one. So just select your cube, press R for rotate, and rotate against one of the axes. Now on your keypad, press 90. I think you can do this on a regular keyboard, like a non number pad keyboard, but I'm just, someone's bike in the background. Just type in 90 and it'll change it to 90 degrees, going across right there. So when we've got this is a basic tutorial. There are other ways of correcting that, but at the moment I just want to teach you how to do brickwork. So I'm just going to go ahead and select all these so I can just move them down for you guys. Just come out so that you guys can see what's going on. Okay, so we have a brick texture, our principled BSDF, and we have our media material output. So the next thing that we want to do is type in bump, and we're going to stick it right between the brick texture and principled BSDF. So what you want to do now, you'll notice that the colour of the brick texture is actually connected to the normal of the bump. So what we want to do instead is click height, and you should see something like this. So at the moment you notice that this one is purple, this one is yellow. This is the computer telling us that there's some sort of error going on, and yes, there is some sort of error going on because we've not put in the rest of the stuff at the moment. So what you should do, click your brick texture, press shift, hold it, and click the bump, and then what we're going to do, we're just going to go ahead and just drag these to the side. What we want to do is add a colour ramp. So just type in colour. It's spelt the American way, C-O-L-O-R. We spell it a different way, it's C-O-L-O-U-R. Yeah. So this is what we have now. You see that the bricks, they're kind of flat, but they're not. They're not truly flat. It's not like you've got wallpaper, brick wallpaper, and it's completely flat. You've kind of got these little bumps there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click invert. I mean, you can have invert if you want. Those are the bricks, but then you can bring the mortar forward as well. I just wanted to show you that, just in case you wanted, like, inner bricks. So if you want to add texture to these, I'm just going to go to the render tab right there and just change it from Eevee to cycles. You don't have to do this if you don't want to. I'm just going to find the torch as well, the spotlight that we have in here. Just move this down. This is just so that you can see the bricks procedurally, I guess. So that's the render right there. So this is a simple way of doing it. Usually when I do bricks, like I'll do individual blocks, but if you're doing individual blocks, you can like your RAM can't really handle it as much. Like if you've got a low RAM, it'll just slow your computer down, because the more objects that you have in a scene, the more that the computer's got to figure out and calculate lighting wise and shape wise. So I mean, like if you've got something like this where you're using procedural nodes, it just lessens the amount of RAM used, and it's great for a background as well, especially if your background's not in focus and you've got characters in front or whatever. It's just great for a texture as well. So we have our bricks there, but they don't look bricky. They don't look bricky. I'm going to do another tutorial later on how to make a brick wall with multiple bricks and mortar and stuff like that, so that'll be up and coming. But for now, I'm just going to do this one with you guys. So click your default cube, what was your default cube, and what we're going to do is we're going to change these bricks with a little bit more texture. So we're going to add, and then we're going to go noise. So N-O... ISA, N-O-I-S-E, noise texture. Just place it next to your brick texture. You're going to go colour, and now you can either go colour 1, colour 2, or you can go mortar. You can do all three if you'd like. We're going to go with colour 1. You'll notice that we get some staining on the bricks now. So this is our kind of texture thing that's going on right now. So what you want to do, go ahead and go to your scale just at the side. And we are going to just scale this up a little bit. Just checking my clock time right there. You'll notice that we've got some texture going on now. So bricks are obviously they're not smooth. So you'll notice as well that we've got some bricks that are kind of different right here, up at the top and around. So this is I can just find this. I'm just going to turn this one up a little bit. This is detail, I believe. No. Ah, bias. I believe it's bias. Yes. So to do this is bias. Yeah, it's been a while. So, I mean, you can play around with these settings as much as you want. You can add as much detail as you want. You can scale it up as much as you want. I'm just going to scale it outwards a little bit. It's a little bit too detailed for my liking. Let's see, detail. Let's just pull that back a little bit. I mean, this is your world. You can make it as much or a little as you'd like, really. Detail wise, I'm just going to scale that down a little bit. By the way, if you go into minuses, it'll just do what it's doing now, just in a minus. So the higher that you go on this, you've got a lot of detail on your bricks. If you go into a minus, if I can force it into a minus just to show you, so you got quite big stuff, that's minus 16, and then it just goes little again. I don't understand why they have a minus and they have a plus, because yeah, it just does the same thing, but I mean, like, whichever way you want to go with your scaling, you can do. Let's see, distortion. I'm just going to turn the distortion down a little bit. I'd say totally mess with everything on this. You know, that's generally how you learn in the best way. Let's see. Okay, so now we've got our kind of brick wall thing going on. What I'm going to do is just zoom out of this, and I'm just going to duplicate this. So to duplicate, we want to press Shift-D, and then I'm just going to place it underneath. Now I'm just going to move these up a little bit because there's not a lot of room right there and you guys can't see, so just press G or click it with your cursor and just move it. Either one is good. Just get this sorted. Right, so you see on the first one that we've got colour 1, which is the brick itself. Colour 2 is obviously your background and stuff. Mortar, I mean, you can put detail on your mortar, but mortar tends to be a little bit more smoother. So if you're going to put detail on your mortar, I would say just do the noise and have it a little less, so less detailed. Let's see if I can do this. So yeah, this is what happens when you make your mortar like that. It just does it. It's not different. It just blends in. It's not good. So what I'm going to do, just, you can either scale this up or you can scale it down. I'm going to scale it down. You notice it stands out a lot more. It's like camouflage, if not. But you can have little lines across your bricks to make them look a little bit more detailed, as if they've been stained. Yeah, I'll do mine like that. So we've kind of got this little stain going on at the side. I'm just going to adjust my bias just slightly. Just ever so slightly. Yeah. Okay. So now you notice that everything's black and white. So we want to make this a little bit more bricky. So we want the reds in there. We want kind of a gingery look, but then we kind of want this paleness as well. So we're going to go ahead. I'm going to add a red. I'm going to go extreme. Just add a red. Just see what it does. And, you know, as I said before, it's all about experimenting with your stuff. And just seeing what works for you. Let's see. I'm going to go for a little bit of a yellow there. Let's get the red. Red's going into mortar. But if we bring it on this side, it's more yellow. So maybe we want a brown as well, just to diffuse that a little bit. Just bring that down. Yeah, you just slide these across. Just kind of make them good. You know, I'm going to add an orange in here. I think that would set it off a little bit more. It's like a real in-your-face orange. Now it usually mortars white. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to scale this mortar up a little bit. Scale it down even. Excuse me. I think that would be about right. Also, if you want, if it's a scene that you're making that's kind of rainy, you want a wet wall, but in this case I kind of want a dry wall. So what I'm going to do, there's also something else I'm going to do is I've just noticed, but first we're going to increase the roughness a little bit. Let's see, frequency, roughness, yeah. It's going to make the mortar a little bit more rough. Make the brick a little bit more rough, so it brings some of that character out. So as well, what you can do is you can actually adjust the mortar size. So you can see at the moment that I've got it, well, did have 0.022. Just changed, and you notice that if you move your cursor or you click these side notes right here, the mortar changes. But what I want is 0.01. I'm going to try that one. 0.01, and we kind of get a very thin mortar. You can make your mortar thicker if you want thick mortar. You can have thick mortar. To be honest with you, this looks okay. To me, at least, it looks okay. For a basic model for you guys, that'd generally be brick. You know what I mean? That's generally how that works. I'm gonna just shift this bias. I don't like it. I don't like the bias. So yeah, this is just a basic tutorial on how to do walls. So you know. Alright, let's duplicate that. I just want to make a point here on the lighting. Let's see. Yeah, we're on that side. Right. So we're gonna take this one. Lighting. Am I in the way? No, I'm not. Right, it's going to change the colour of this lighting. Maybe we want a blue. Colour of this lighting to a red. So, this is how it'll look when it's rendered. I'm just going to turn the background all the way down. And there you go. That's a basic wall using nodes. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you've got this far, I would really appreciate it if you liked and subscribed. Yeah, that totally made my day, because I'm currently working on this with YouTube and Facebook. Facebook kind of came in a little bit later, but primarily I made these for YouTube. So yeah, if you're on YouTube, please like, subscribe, and if you're on Facebook, give me a follow. Yeah, have a great day, guys. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a bucket. I mean, it's real simple to make one of these. You just go to add here. I mean, you can go with cylinder, but I'm going to teach you with the circle. So just pick a circle out right there. We're just going to scale it outwards. Yeah, screen keys. Alright. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to edit mode. We're just going to press F to fill. E to extrude. I'm just going to put in a side view here so you guys can see. Let's go with that one so you guys can see where I'm going with this. Okay, so select your top face right here. E for extrude. We're going to go scale outwards just slightly. E for extrude, scale outwards just slightly, E for extrude, and you're just going to bring it all the way up. E for extrude again, just to give it some vertices. Just going to pull this down here a bit. So E for extrude, and then we are going to go outwards and then come inwards. So just go outwards slightly, E for extrude, outwards slightly, E for extrude, outwards slightly, and then we're going to go E for extrude, keep it where it is, outwards slightly, and then we're going to go down. So E for extrude, E for extrude again, E for extrude, and then what we're going to do is we're going to start scaling this just outwards slightly, and then we'll come back around. So E for extrude again, but don't move it, keep it there. Scale it outwards, so this is going to be the base. E for extrude, up again, E for extrude, and then we're just going to slowly start bringing this in. So E for extrude, bring it in just slightly, E for extrude, and then just bring it in. E for extrude, keep it where it is, and then scale it inwards. We go to the X-ray mode. We can kind of see what we're doing on the inside now. So you got like this little curve that you've done on the outside. So E for extrude again. We're just going to scale this inwards, and you'll see that I'll be coming by here. E for extrude. Let's go all the way down. E for extrude again. Then E for extrude. Scale it inwards. And that will be the base of your bucket. So what we can do is just right click, shade smooth, just to get it off the X-ray version. Just press that right there. That's your basic bucket. Now if you wanted a handle with this, we could go with, let me see, we're going to go with a cylinder. Cylinder would be easier to do. So just right click, and we're just going to rotate this by 90 degrees. G to bring it up. Now what you want to do, just get it parallel to the bucket right here, and just scale it outwards. Go G to drop down. Scale it outwards a little bit more. And we're going to make the little handle just here. So what you want to do is go to edit mode. Just get rid of these faces right here. Not the vertices, the actual face. And then get rid of this face. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to select all vertices just up to here. So go straight across. Just left click and then drag. Get rid of these faces. So we're left with this kind of arch. So if you press A, just scale it inwards. And then what we're going to do is we're going to press E for extrude. And then we're just going to extrude that just inwards as well. Press A again. And we're just going to scale it outwards just slightly so it doesn't clip. And then scale upwards so we kind of got that little bend within the bucket right there. Go back to object mode and then click right and shade smooth. And then we're just going to add 2 more cylinders, which we're just going to change to 90 degrees. Scale it across, scale it downwards. G to go across. And then we're just going to put these at the sides to kind of hold the handles in. Shift D, bring it across. And then you've kind of got this thing where your handles are being held in now. So with this, if you wanted to rotate it, you can rotate across the axis, just like so, and then just bring it down to where you need it to be. And there you go, that's the bucket tutorial. Hope you guys enjoyed. Like, subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Hi guys, so we're going to start the next tutorial. So what we're going to do is something like really creative today. We're going to just like delete everything from the scene. Primarily because we don't need it. And what we're going to start with, I mean you can re-add your camera if you want to, but what we're going to start with is a plane. We're just going to put this plane out there. And today we're going to be learning how to do glass lamps with different colours to them. So we're going to add a circle to begin with, and we're just going to make a base for the lamp. And this is going to be an emission rather than a light, so that we can just move the lamps around freely. So you're going to want to go to the edit mode, press F to make a face. You're going to want to select everything, Ether Extrude. We're just going to scale out, make a little platform here, Ether Extrude, Ether Extrude, Ether Extrude. We're going to go Ether Extrude again, scale inwards just slightly, Ether Extrude, scale inwards just slightly, and then this is where the magic happens, right? So this is going to be the base of our lamp, and what we want to do is we're going to want to go Ether Extrude, and then we're going to scale inwards. Now this is where everything happens. So this little central bit here is going to be the emission. So we're going to press new on materials. So this material will cover all the bottom here. So we're just going to put this as black. Let me see. Yep, there we go. Right, so I'm just going to go ahead and change my render engine here. Just go back to materials. We're working in cycles. So this is how the original lamp's going to look. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to press the plus just in the corner here. We're going to go with new, and then we're going to go with emission. I'm just going to turn that up a little bit. Press assign. So now we have kind of like a button kind of light. And now we're going to go to faces, and we're just going to select, I'll put this on the normal view so you guys can see. We're going to select this entire ring just around here. So if you press shift, control, and then click, and then just click around the ring as you go. Should highlight practically everything. We're going to go Ether Extrude. Now, at this point, we just press 1 on the number pad, so that you've got a side view. I'm just going to move this up a little bit. And we want to go to X-ray mode at the top. We're going to box select, so you can do beef box select, so you can just drag your cursor across. This is going to be our new material, so we're going to plot new, so the plus, go to new. This one's going to be glass. Click assign, go back to your render view, and this is what you should have in the object mode. So it's just basic glass looking kind of lamp. So now we're going to make variations from this. So this is going to be the original lamp, and then I'm going to show you how to make different textures on here, different colours on here. Just basically make like some crazy stuff. So we're going to go ahead and go into the shading tab, which is the shading tab is just up here. 1 second. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to change some of these things. So for this material we want emission. So at the moment we are on the material that's in the middle. So this circular bit right here, that's where the emission is going to come through. So the glass is this material, and we're just going to put glass for that one. Now this is going to be the standard materials. This is just going to be the standard lamp. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press G. I'm going to move this one to the side, and I'm just going to press Shift D, and then I'm going to make a new one. So this one we want to make some patterns on. So to change the colour you want to change the emission. To change the glass you want to make a new type of glass. Now I don't like how rough this glass is, so I'm just going to change the roughness on it. But as you can see, it changes the other glass as well, so this needs to be its own material. So we're going to leave the default like that. Just press Control Z just to undo do any of those changes. So we're going to go with the glass. We're going to press this double page button here. This will be the new glass for this one, and we can see that it's the new glass for this one because it's just changed colour. So you just press this little tab right here next to the X, and then that will make glass 001. So we just want to call this glass 2. Okay, so starting with this lamp, we're gonna go with Veroni texture. So we're just gonna place this right here. We're gonna go to colour, and you'll notice that this glass kind of changes this funky shade of different colours and stuff, textures. So you can make this as large or as small as you'd like. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go add, and we're gonna go bump texture. Just place your bump texture in there. Just put your colour to your height. And so we're going to get this little pattern right here. So, what you want to do, you notice that we're getting little cracks. I don't know whether you can see that on the recording. Hold on. Just let it render in just a little bit. So notice like this little hairline cracks right there. So, I mean, you can make this as big or as small as you want to. But for this, I'm just going to turn the roughness down a little bit. Just brings those cracks out just like tiny little bit more. You can also mess with the IOR, which is a good thing on this. So now we're going to go with color ramp. We'll go straight into that. So now we've kind of got this grey, white colourings. So what we want to do is add a colour to this lamp. So maybe I'll go with green. I'm just going to turn the IOR down a little bit so it kind of looks a little bit more glass-like. And I'm going to just auto shade that smoothness a little bit more. Now you can put more smooth into it if you want to. So you'll notice that the light is quite dim. If you go to your emission, you can turn this up. But what I would recommend is duplicate your emission and then do it, because otherwise you'll be messing around with the rest of your lamps. So now, if I just move this across, we're going to get a lamp that's a little bit brighter. Let's see. It's taking its sweet time just to move things around here. Okay, so this is what we've got right now. At the moment it's just loading in some of the lighting. So what we can do is we can go to the glass, and you notice that the glass is really dark. So what you can actually do is like take the white and just move it across a little bit. You can also turn the roughness down if you want to, so that you've got more of a glass kind of shape. Now you notice that this glass is pretty dark, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take away this black on here. Excuse me. And now we've kind of got more of a little glass thing going on. So at the moment, I think I'm going to adjust this just a little bit. So the IOR, I would say just experiment with it a little bit and see what you can do. Yeah. So that's the outside of the glass, that's the reflection, and then when you come and you lower it, that's the inside kind of thing. So it takes a little bit of play around with it, but yeah, generally that's the cracks one. So you can actually put the roughness up if you want to, because obviously this is very mirrored. And if you put the roughness up, this is what happens. The render's a little bit slow on this. But yeah, you get the general idea. So that's your second glass that you can do. The third glass that you can do, we'll take the original right here. It allows me to. So Shift D, just to duplicate. When it decides to play ball, there we go. Right, okay, so this one, just put this onto regular view again. So this one right here, we're going to do a red one. So, do this cross. Okay, so we want to take the glass, and we want to just duplicate this. We're going to add a noise texture onto here. And what we should be getting is this kind of pattern. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to improve some of the roughness on this. Just take some of it away a little bit so we've got these little bumps going on. And then we want to go to the bump texture. Let's place that right here. We want to go color to height. And when it loads in, you should get something like this. So now we go color ramp. No, we don't want color. Oh, yeah, color ramp right here. Just place it between the glass and the bump, and now we have this kind of wavy kind of pattern going on with this particular light. So now you can change the colours, whatever you'd like. So we're gonna go click on the white. Just change this. Maybe we could have like red. Oh, we've crashed. Right. So I think that concludes the tutorial today. We crashed. So yeah, you get the basic idea of what's going on. I'll see you in the next one. Please like, subscribe. Yeah, all that jazz. See you later. Okay guys, welcome to the next tutorial. So today we're looking at making trees. What you got to do first and foremost, get rid of your default cube because you're not going to need it. You want to go to add, you want to go to curve, and then we're going to go to sampling tree gen. Now, if you don't have this, you can go to edit and you can go to preferences, just type it in, hopefully it should pop up for you guys. So we're going to go to curve, sampling tree gen, and you get a generic tree that just appears in the middle of nowhere. Now don't click anything at this point because we need this at the top, the bottom corner right here. I'm just going to go ahead and move my logo out of the way 1 second. There we go. Okay, so when we get onto this, something that you got to realise with trees is that if you click off this box will never return. For some reason they just don't have it as an option within any of the other settings. It just randomly disappears and you have to edit everything as soon as you get the tree. So with the trees, you have load percent, which is at the bottom right here. You can do I can't even pronounce that. Cali Steamen, the Douglas fir, Japanese maple, quaking aspen, small maple, small pine, weeping willow, white birch, and willow. So you've got a lot of different options there with your trees. We're going to go with the small maple today. Let me see. So when you've got your tree here, there'll be various sizes, but one of the things that I will say to you is add your leaves. So go to the leaves section at the top and you just click show leaves. Here you can add more leaves, you can take leaves away, you can make leaves bigger, you can edit the position of leaves, and also if you go to the branch growth section, you can also edit from there as well. So just continuing that. Okay, something, a spider or something. So yeah, you can adjust all these settings. You can get some more branches in there. You can get less branches in there, make the branches smaller. You can also make it a little bit taller, make it a little bit shorter, whatever your preference is. Make it taller. You can make it taller. You can make it a tiny tree. So yeah, that's how you do it. So basically, when you're adding your colours, so your leaf colours, you can come down here to materials. You can go on shading with that, mess around with that, but for the basics of tree making, I'm just going to show you this one. So I do believe that we're still in cycles. Oh, we've switched to Eevee. Okay, so switching to cycles, you can see what's going on there. You've got green leaves on your tree, and then we can click the actual tree itself, and then we can change this to a brown or a darker yellow. And that's the basic fundamentals of a tree. I mean, like, making trees is, you can mess around with it quite a lot. I spent hours messing around with it, to be honest with you. You know, I could quickly show you a shading technique that I do use for the bark. Okay, so this is the shading tab right here. So you'll notice that We've got some nodes at the bottom, do some shading at the top here. I'm hoping you guys can see this. We can add a noise texture. And then we just link that to the base colour. Now you notice that we get a lot of this pink and green, so we want to just reduce that, just scale it upwards. This will give us some texture to the tree. You have as much as little. The more that you scale it, the more texture there will be on the tree. So now you notice that the tree is a little bit white. So I want to add a bump node. I'm going to add the bump node first so that I can show you guys what a bump node looks like. Can't get it out today. Right, so this is going to take your object from a flat 3D surface to a little bit more of a bumpy one that will catch light. So it makes it look more 3D. So we're just going to shift the bump node to the side there, and we're going to add a colour ramp. If it'll ever work for me. There we go, colour ramp, and we're just going to slide it in inside here. Now you notice this is black and white because we're using black and we're using white, so we're going to press the plus, and we're going to add a brown in there. And you also notice that this is not very rough. It's kind of got this kind of sheen on it, and I mean, if it's raining in your scene, then the sheen is a good thing, but for this instant I want it dry. So we're going to take the metal down, the roughness right up, and this is what our tree should look like. Now you could probably make better trees than I can. So the leaves, exactly the same, but I'm going to go for a Veroni texture. So let me see. Veroni texture. Colour to base. You notice that the leaves are all different colours. This is great for if you're doing any autumn shots or anything like that, because I mean, like, you could have leaves that are brown, you could have leaves that are orange, leaves that are still green, and you can have that variation between everything. So yeah, you know, I think I might do that for you guys right now. So we're gonna have that one, and then we're gonna add, we don't need a bump texture, but we're gonna need a colour ramp. Put the colour ramp in there, add some oranges to the leaves, and then we're going to add some green. See what I mean about the leaves being different colours right there? So yeah, you got orange, you got green. It's kind of like a tree that's just coming in to winter. You could reduce your green. Oops. Come on, let me do it. Reduce your green. Every time I click that, it seems to move it. You can have more of that. You could get rid of your white and just have orange and green. You could just change kind of the seasons as you please, really. So yeah, that's the tree tutorial. I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, don't forget to like, subscribe, and if you're on Facebook, you know, give us a follow. It really helps. Thank you. See you later. Hi guys, so today I'm going to be teaching you how to make a round bulb container. Kind of like a witchy kind of bulb. So we're going to go ahead and delete the main cube, the default cube. Add a circle. I'm going to turn on my keystrokes so you guys can see what I'm doing. Yeah, there we go. Okie dokie. So, we'll just get rid of that. Very quick tutorial. Very easy to make. So, click your circle that's in the middle. If you want to make it bigger, you can do so. Just press S and then move it outwards. Alright, so go on to the edit mode. Press F. We're going to scale this down. I know it's contradictory to what I've just done, but you want it about that big. Press E, which we're going to do the base first. S to scale outwards slightly. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put this on a separate screen so you can kind of get a side view of this. I'll show you how to put the glass on as well. So it's got a 1. Yep, so that's the bottom of the vase that we're going to make our glass. So for E for extrude, And what we're going to do is we're going to go around in a circle. Always make sure that you're extruding upwards, not sideways, otherwise this won't work. So do it pretty wide to start off with. E for extrude, scale outwards, and you can kind of see the curve on this side. So E for extrude, scale outwards, and we're just going to continue doing this all the way up until we get to the midpoint. E for extrude, S for scale outwards. Don't pull it too far, you know. Don't have the vertices too big, otherwise it'll look weird. So E for extrude, and we're kind of going to come back on ourselves now. So this probably will be roughly the midpoint, I would say. I'm just going to scale that bit out a little bit more. E for extrude. Okay, so in this part, we're going to start going back inwards. You can adjust this how you'd like it, but I would like mine to look like this. E for extrude, scale, E for extrude, scale. Excuse me, I got a frog in my throat. Right, scale inwards. Okay, so when you get to this part, just bring it down a little bit. I mean, you could do it neater than me. I mean, I'm just doing like a quick tutorial on this. E for extrude, scale it inwards, and this will be the neck of the bottle. So we're just going to go up from here, and maybe you want to go in a little bit. I don't know. Show design. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go in a little bit. E for extrude. That's a bit too harsh, I think. And then the lip of the bottle, I should have it really here. We're just going to curve around and then in. So if I zoom in, E for extrude, scale it outwards a little bit, just give it a bit of curve, scale it in. And then once we get to this top part here, I'm pretty sure I've got X-ray turned on, I do. X-ray is just up here at the top. E for extrude, scale it in as it's flat. E for extrude, and then we're going to go G, and we're going to go inside. Now you can see on this diagram I've got the X-ray turned on, you can see what I'm doing. So E, and we're just going to go down the bottle of the neck, the neck of the bottle even, and we just want to follow the curve. So just scale it outwards. You can have your glass as thick as you'd like it. And we just bring that down. A lot of people, they'll do this kind of subdivide thing, and then they'll extrude it inwards. But the only problem, if you do the subdivide and then you extrude it inwards, it kind of messes up the faces a little bit. So doing it manual and taking your time with it is actually a lot easier to do. I can hear people in the comment section going, "Why are you not doing it like this?" Well, you know, because this for me, you've got more control over it. So you just press in E extrude, and you're just going down with the motions of the vase or the vase, however you pronounce it, wherever you're from. This is just how I do it. So we're just going to go down, don't touch the edges, leave a tiny gap just at the edge, that's where your glass is. E for extrude, E for extrude, just keep going. You don't have to follow the vertices directly, but for me I find it helps so much. You just keep going and going and going. I'm pretty quick at this, so if you guys are a little bit slower, it's okay. It's fine. We're all learning. And then once you get to the bottom, you want to make it a little bit thicker, so just bring it in. Just bring it straight in. That's it. Right, so we've got our little circular vase going on here. vase, whatever. So come to the object mode and then right click, shade smooth. If you don't like the smoothness of this, you can go to add modifier and go smooth. And then you can make it a little bit smoother if you want to. Totally up to you whether you want to do that. So as regards to the glass and being able to see it, come up here to the render properties and go to cycles. Because this tutorial is in cycles. So now you'll see that you've got your object, but it's not quite glass. Now you want to go for the principal BSDF even. I nearly said something else then. And go to glass. The roughness will be about halfway. Just reduce that all the way. The OIOR, you can mess around with that to make it look the way that you would like to make it look. I'm just going to add a plane in here and get some more lighting so you guys can kind of see the vase a bit better. Wherever it's gone. Sorry, I just believe I just nudged my camera there. Right, let's copy that out. Come on. Okay, so that would be our round vase. Alright, thank you for joining me for a tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, welcome guys to the next tutorial. We're going to be looking at spotlighting today. I'm going to begin by just deleting my default cube so that I can show you how spotlights work. I'm just going to put a plane in there. Just move this out slightly, and then I'm just going to put a little bit of a backdrop. So let me see. Rotate by 90. Okay, so don't have the casting keys at the moment. One little itty bitty second. There we go. Right. So for your spotlighting, and especially doing different colours on there as well, pretty easy to do. So all you want to do is just go up to your add, and then we're going to go to light, and then we're going to go to spot. It's kind of very easy install with those. So this is our first spotlight. I'm just going to go ahead and change my render engine to cycles, because that's what the tutorials are in currently. And we notice that we've got this light right here, but we can't see any light that's coming in at the present time. So I'm just going to darken the background as well so you guys can see this. This is on render view, if you're wondering. So we're just going to go to the data, which is the little light bulb at the bottom. We're just going to increase the wattage just up at the side. Which is this little bit here. So now you can see that we've got a spotlight right there. You've got shadow caustics. Shadow caustics gives you a little bit more realistic shadows, but please remember to add them onto your object, because your object needs to receive those caustics as well. So you want to come over to here to object, which is the little yellow box at the side. We are going to go down to shading, and then receive and cast caustics, and then we'll do the same to this object as well. Again, shading, receive, cast caustics, and then I'll give you a little bit of a glow on there. So as regards to changing the colours on here, I think my webcam's kind of lagging a little bit here. Let's go Shift D just to duplicate this, and then I'm going to go back into the data section, and we will change this to blue. And that's basically how you change the colours to everything. Shift D, we'll do like maybe a red or a pink over here, and that's it. That's spotlighting in a nutshell. If you want to rotate your spotlight, just click this little yellow button here, or this little yellow button here, and you can just drag it, Or alternatively, you can rotate your little spotlight as well. Okay, I hope you guys enjoyed that tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, welcome to the next tutorial, guys. So, we're doing hidden lighting today. Just to let you know, like, this is going to be behind objects. So, you've got your general lighting, which will look something like this. I'm just going to make sure that I'm in the cycles engine. Excuse me. So, your general lighting should look like this. You move it across the room. But what happens if you want some hidden lighting, you want some lighting on the shelves and stuff like that. So the lighting that we're going to be doing today, we're just going to add a cube and we're just going to elongate it. I mean, this is so simple to do. So we're going to put it up against this wall here. Just move it inwards just there. So this is going to act as our temporary shelf. And instead of having our lighting right up against the wall like this, and you know, you can't see the bulb or whatever like that, if like you don't want to make any lighting like that. So basically what you want to do is take your default cube that you've just put there, go into edit mode, make sure it's flush up against the wall. What we're going to do is just go Control R, and then we're going to bring this one down. So press E and just bring it down. And then, here's the clever bit, we put our lighting underneath. So it's hidden within the scene. So now what we have is something like this. Hold on. Oh, it's behind. Hang on. My mistake. Alright, so it should be there. And on the inside. Okay. So now we should have lighting like this, where it's covered by a shelf, it's hidden. So we can actually put more lighting in here as well, so I can go Shift D, move that across. So let me just show you an example here. So this is your general lighting that doesn't have a bulb in there. There's nothing special about it. We delete that. This would now be your posh hidden lighting that'll look great on bookshelves and stuff. Obviously you've got all the fuzziness because it's rendering in and it's not a full-on render, but yeah, so this is your hidden lighting. Thanks for watching this tutorial, guys. That's it for today. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a coat hanger. So I'm just going to go ahead, turn on the screencast keys here for you. You can take the cube if you want to, but I'm going to delete it. We're going to go add cylinder, scale it up, and then shrink it down again. Scale up a little bit and then just bring it back. Press G, get it onto that central line right there. And then what we're going to do, we're going to go Shift D, bring it down. I'm going to squish it down actually. Press G, bring that up. Scale it down on this side. Scale it outwards. Scale it down again. And then we're just going to go G, place it at the bottom. And now if we go into edit mode, we can go to the top right here, just bring G, bring it down, E for extrude, and I'm just going to scale this in a little bit. E for extrude, scale inwards, E for extrude, scale inwards, E for extrude, and then scale inwards. So it's going to be like one of those kind of posh coat stands. I'm just going to go E for extrude again. I'm going to press G just to make that there. E for extrude, scale it outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude. So this is going to be your umbrella, the base of your umbrella stand. Just scale it outwards. Make sure that you're just scaling randomly, not on one plane. E for extrude, E for extrude again. We're just going to scale this inwards, E for extrude, scale it inwards, E for extrude, just bring it down, scale it in, E for extrude, and then we're just going to follow the contours, the curves of our original shape on the outside. So you should have something like this, little cone at the bottom. So now we can just shade these smooth, just right click, shade smooth. So you've got your base of your coat stand right here. I'm just going to go ahead and just press G just to move this up a little bit. And then what we want to do is I'm actually going to duplicate this cylinder, turn it and rotate it to 90 degrees, scale it down a little, place it onto the main pole of your coat stand, press G, bring it up. We're going to do one of those kind of like postmodern kind of coat stands. So you can scale this outwards a little bit if you need to. Press G again. Shift D. Keep it where it is. R for rotates, and then we're just going to press 9-0 on the number pad. So now we have this kind of pattern. Now from here, we can go ahead and we can take Shift D again, just move it to the side, just scale it up a little bit, and scale it down on one axis. And then we're going to go ahead and press G, just move it to the side right there, so you got kind of a hook going on. Shift D, do the same to the other side. And now we're going to click this one, and we're going to click this one. Shift D, keep it where it is, and then R for rotate on the Z axis, and we're just going to press 90. And it should align straight up with the other side. Now it doesn't align, just press G, just move it across. Just get it nice and central. So that's your basic kind of stand. With this part here, you can edit it to have a few little things going on. So let's go with edit mode. Just select the top ring right here. And in theory, you could just go E for extrude and just bring it up a little bit. And this is your umbrella stand. And that's your basic kind of coat stand for modelling or for an object just in the background, just chilling by itself. If you liked this tutorial, please subscribe, please follow, likes, all that kind of stuff. It really helps this channel out. I'm trying to grow up to 100,000 subscribers here on YouTube. Hopefully, I can get to that goal. But yeah. Okay, I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So we're going to be making a water bottle today. So the water bottle, we're just going to go ahead and delete the default cube. Add objects for mesh. Add circle. And what I'm going to do with this circle, this is kind of in the way, but I'm just going to improve my vertices just right here at the bottom to make it look a little bit smoother. Because last time I didn't do it. And it was kind of squared off a little bit, and I didn't like the way that looked. So with water bottles, what we're going to do is we're going to go to edit mode, press F for fill. So what I'm going to do is E for extrude. Let me think. And I'm just going to scale it around. We're going to do a flat water bottle. E for extrude again. Just bring that out just slightly. E for extrude. E for extrude again, and I think I might put like a little kind of dent in the middle of it. So you just want to take it, E for extrude, bring it up. E for extrude if you're gonna make this little dent. You don't have to, you don't want to, but I'm just gonna do it. E for extrude again. Just like kind of scale it inwards a little bit. Just kind of have it like as a sports bottle, I guess. Scale it inwards again. E for extrude. Gently scale inwards, and then we're just gonna make this come upwards towards the top, and then just scale it out a little bit more as we reach the top. So this is gonna be kind of like a sports water bottle, I guess. E for extrude. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make that a little bit bigger. Scale outwards. E for extrude. E for extrude again, and then we're just gonna go E for extrude, but on the slide. Scale it inwards slightly. E for extrude again, scale inwards. E for extrude, scale inwards. E for extrude, scale inwards. You get where this is going again, I guess. If you've seen the rest of the tutorials, like E for extrude, blah blah, you know. Okay, so we're gonna go E and just go straight up. You can make like a little curve if you want to. Just kind of balance it out a little bit, and then E just straight up. So I'm gonna go an X-ray view right now so you guys can see. So want to go E again, just slightly. Just bring it in. This will be the lip of the bottle. Yeah. G downwards. Let me see. Yeah. So go inwards. E for extrude. And then we're just going to go in there. Now I'm going to press 1 so you guys can see. So now we're inside of the bottle. I'm going to go E for extrude again. E for extrude. And then we're just going to scale outwards. And then E for extrude. Just leave like a tiny little gap at the sides so that you're not clipping the outside. E for extrude. Scale. E for extrude. Scale it outwards, and just carry on doing this like the whole way until you get to the bottom. And just make sure you keep scaling inwards every so often if the bottle changes, such as my one does here. So I'm just making the inside of the bottle now, and then we can do the rest of this. And now when you come to the end, just kind of scale it in a little bit. Not all the way in, but just like enough that you kind of got this round bottom to it. So you should have something like this. So now we're going to make the lid, which is just real simple. Just go back to your object mode. I'm going to just right click shade smooth. And then we're going to add the lid, which is just a cylinder. Just basically scale it down And then just place it on top. You got the X-ray mode. You can kind of see how big your lid is. Let's have mine like there. Okay, so and then right click and smooth that out. So that's your basic bottle shape. You can add to that if you like. Let's see. So you can add labels on here as well. So the best way of doing this is to go to edit mode. Go to just click 1 on your number pad. Make sure that you've got the X-ray mode on for faces as well. And then just select a couple of vertices, and you can change the colours of these as well. So you just go into the materials tab. You just press plus. So this one will be the original colour, I believe. Yeah. So this one's the original colour. So what you want to do, just to make it kind of slightly invisible, I'm just going to change my render engine real quick. So come back to the materials tab. You can move the alpha, and you can make it like slightly kind of invisible. I'm just going to go ahead and just assign this 1 second. So for this material that's selected right here, you want to press plus, assign, and then this will be your new material. So this will be your label. Let's go object mode. So you notice that the bottle's kind of slightly see-through. I mean, you could use that if you wanted to, but to be honest with you, if you go to the original material and you go to glass BSDF, you can make this bad boy glass. Just turn down the roughness, and then it turns into kind of this glass bottle effect, but we don't want glass, so we're just going to bring the roughness up a little bit, so it's more of a plastic kind of look to the bottle. Yeah, and that's your basic kind of bottle shape. I hope you guys enjoyed. Please leave a like, subscribe. If you're on Facebook, give me a follow. Thank you. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. It has been a while. One of my hard drives decided to completely give up on me. I can't bring the hard drive back, unfortunately. I'd done so many tutorials within that morning, and I was like so happy because I was like, right, I just need to upload these tutorials. And then the very end tutorial that I did, everything just stopped working, and nothing was recording, and I thought, oh, it's the hard drive, it must be, you know what I mean, it must have just run out of space. But no, the entire hard drive's just given up. So we're trying to get it back with rewiring and stuff like that, but we don't know whether we're going to get it back. So I have to redoing basically most of the tutorials that I did. So we're going to be making a record player today, just one of those basic kind of oldie worldy record players. Now I am taking inspiration from someone who's made a record player online, kind of drawings and stuff like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go S, just scale up your default cube just a little bit. S again, scale it down. Gosh, there must be a lot of pollen in the air today, my nose is killing me. Go to edit mode. We're going to go E-fret extrude, but don't move it. Scale inwards, just slightly, so you've got a bit of a lip. And then we're going to go E-fret extrude and just bring it outwards. Now, you kind of want like a little box thing going on. So it kind of looks like a kind of gift box, if you will. So what we're going to do, we're going to do wooden texture on the top here, and we're just going to do black on the bottom here. But what I want to do, go back to object mode, and then we're going to go add. And we want to add cylinder. Now the cylinder is going to be the feet, so to speak, of the box. So if you press 7 on your number pad, you should go straight to the top. If you don't have 7 on your number pad, go to view. Line view, it should be the top one. So it should just be straight down. Let's see, viewpoint, top, number 7, yeah? So, with these little parts, we want to go G, and we're just going to bring them down, bring them across, and then from this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift D, just duplicate it upwards, and then we're going to click for both of them. So you notice now that the square's been selected. So what you want to do is just double click and that will come straight off. You want to press Shift D and just move these across. Now what I need you to do is just select all of them because we're going to put them at the same height. So when you do click, obviously, centre part, this square is going to be selected. Just press Shift, double click, and then it'll come straight off. So now we've got all these. We want to go to G and just bring them down. And these will be the legs of our record player. Now if you want to, you can select them all. Just select, just click and then drag. Press G, just bring it up to the plate base. And what I'm going to do, you don't have to add this, but I just add it so it gives it a bit more perspective, is a plane. Just scale it outwards. If you've not already, your gaming engine should be Cycles. When we take it off X-ray mode and we go on to this mode, you can see that there's just the box and there's no feet underneath. Now to correct this, select the plane underneath, come back onto your regular kind of rendering, so you're not wasting your computer. Press G, just bring it down a little bit so that your box for your record player is just sitting just above. Now for this part, we want to start making some of the dials on top. We also want to put some speakers at the side and stuff like that. But what I'm going to do first and foremost is I'm going to make some material textures. So if we go down to the material properties right here, we want a black for the base. Actually no, you know what we could do? We could actually do this as wood. So if we put this material as just type in wood for now, and then we'll do the nodes afterwards. Just press enter. We'll put this as a dark brown just for now, so we know that it's wood. If you go into edit mode, we're going to select all four sides, scroll with your middle wheel, just press it in, and then just move the mouse. And then just select the bottom as well if you can. You see that my bottom's selected there. What we want to do is press plus, and then we're going to go new. And then this one will be our black. So what I want to do now is click assign, and then we're going to change from this colour wheel to black. So in the end, you should have something like this. Now, as for our feet, you can have them as silver, you can have them whatever you'd like. You could go to the drop down menu here, you could select wood or you could select black. To be honest with you, I'm going to make it silver. So I'm just going to put silver. We'll make this slightly metallic. Turn the roughness down just slightly. I'm also going to right click and I'm just going to click shade smooth. So we've got this nice metallic look. So now you notice that the rest of the feet don't share the same metallic look. So what you want to do, I'm just going to go right click, shade smooth. Go down to this drop down right here and you should have silver. And this is the one that we've just made. So shade smooth, drop down, silver. Take this one, shade smooth, drop down and silver. So now all the feet are the exact same material. So for this wooden part right here, we will go to the nodes section. We will basically work out what we need to do with that. But as for the time being, we need to make the actual record player itself. Now, for the actual player itself, we want the disc to come right here. So for size comparison, I'm just going to put a cylinder in. I'm just going to squish it down. Press G, move it up. Scale it outwards as much as you need to. Now this won't be our disc, but this is just to size comparison it. So we're going to put this at the back. So the record just sits just there. Then we can work from that. So that we can get the rest of the positions in order. So I'm just going to put mine there actually. I think it looks better on that side. So what we need now is we're going to add 2 cylinders. So just do one cylinder for now and then we can clone it. So scale it downwards, G, and then we're going to move it to the side. Now at this point I'm going to put these as the silver because it just matches the colour scheme that we've got going on. Just move that across. Make sure that it's flush with the piece. Scale it down. Let's go G. Now with this cylinder we want to round it off just a little bit and give it maybe some prongs. So what we'll do, we'll go to edit mode. We'll go E-fret extrude. Just scale it over a little bit. And what we're going to do is Control R. And just put a little loop cut in there. Control R again. And then put a little loop cut in the bottom as well. So now what we're going to do is go into the faces. And we will select, I think it's every 2 faces to every 3, I believe. But it doesn't have to be perfect. So, no, I don't want that one. So we want to go 3 gap, 2 selected, all the way around. So 3 gap, 2 selected, 3 gap, 2 selected, 3 gap, and then 2 selected. And then we've got the 3 gap, 2 selected, and then we should be coming around to the other side. Now at this point you notice that there's a 3 gap, but you kind of don't have the space to do that pattern. Now at this point we can actually use this as a dial point. So this is where the dial will stick out so we know where the dial is moving to. So if you got E-fret extrude, just leave it where it is. Scale inwards. So we've got some texture coming onto the outside, or you can scale outwards if you'd like. Yeah, let's try the scale outwards. So we've got E-fret extrude and then scale, just S for scale, and then S downwards. I think that actually looks a little bit better. So for this section right here, let's take this part, and we're just going to go G, move it forward, and then just scale it inwards just slightly. And this will be where the dial is pointing to. Now you could take these little points inwards just a little bit if you wanted to. So you have texture, but you it's not overly powerful texture. So you just press S, just scale them in. So you should be left with something like this. Now from this point you can go and click for shade. Shade smooth, right click shade smooth. Now at this point I'm going to change this to a silver texture to keep up with appearances on here. So press G, just move it across. And then we're going to go Shift D and make a secondary dial. Now we don't want the dials pointing in the same way because that looks a little bit samey, but maybe you could point the dial in an opposite direction. Now on this part where we've got the dials, we want to put some text. So it should be a volume up, volume down button. And we should also have a speed button as well. I believe that they did at one point have a speed button. So yeah, let's go with if you go to add, and then we go to text, and then what we're going to do is go to edit mode, delete everything with backspace, and then we're going to type volume. Now don't worry that it's not in the right place at the moment because we can move this. So for volume. So 1 second, I'm just looking at this. 1 second. You can do it bold. I'm actually thinking of doing it bold. So bold actually might look better. So just type volume. Go back to your object mode. Did it? That's not typed it properly. Just press G, just bring it across, and then I'll just rotate this around. For some reason my thing's not working. Hold on. How bizarre. That's really weird. I swear I just typed that in. So take this, rotate this by 90. Just press R for rotate. 90. Should go 90. So you'll notice that it's upside down. We're going to press R again and just press 180, and that should bring it into the right position. So S to scale, just scale it downwards slightly. G, bring it towards one of the dials that you've just made. Now at this point we can see that it's right underneath the dial, however, it's not at the correct position. So we're going to go G, just bring it up, so that it sits flushly on top of the machine. S to scale, and then we're going to press G, again just to bring it up. I'm just looking at my notes there. You know, it's super weird. When I learn other languages, I look at English and I go, that's not spelt right. And it's like, it is spelt right. It's like my brain's just completely in a different world. So if you go to your geometry and click exclude, extrude even, we can bring this text up a little bit. So I'm just going to press G, just bring it up. For some reason it's on an angle. Just going to level this out a little bit. Just about there, I think. That should be fine. Let's press G, just bring it across. So now this will be your volume. You're going to put low and high on this side. So we're going to go Shift D, so duplicate it. Press G, just bring it across one. Go to edit mode, and we're just going to go low. And maybe just scale this down just a little bit. And then we're going to take this one, Shift D, move it across, and then we're going to put high on this one. Go back to your object mode and you should have this. Now for some reason, although I have typed it in, my text is off just slightly. So I'm just going to rotate these back again. Press G, bring that up. That is bizarre how it's off center unless I press something that I shouldn't have done. It should generally be 90 degrees. But for some reason it's on an angle. Don't ask. So I'm just going to move this dial over just a little bit. Press G. And then just move these a little bit more closer together. Maybe just shrink them down just slightly. I could do min and max, to be honest with you. Min and max might actually look better. So we just put max on this one. Yeah, it looks way better if you put max. I put min on this one. Scale this upwards just a little bit. Yeah, I think that looks way better. Okay, so we have the volume part of it. So now this second dial, we want speed. So you could put, for this one, Shift D. And then we're going to go to edit mode and just put speed in that one. So, for the arm, it's a very peculiar shape. So what you wanted to do with this one, I'm just going to take this circle right here that we had for reference. I'm just going to press G, just place it inwards a little bit. So, I think what I would like to do is shade smooth. I'm going to change this to black to go with the theme. And then what we need is a little bit of a hook on the side right here. So we need a cube, I would say. It's going to shrink it down from the top. Press G to bring it up. And what you want is the cube to go, say if you've got the circle here, you want the cube in kind of an angle at the side. So, I'm just going to go to X-ray mode. Oh, you can't go X-ray mode here. Go to X-ray mode. There we go. Press G to bring it up a little bit. And then we're just going to manipulate the sides. So, I'm just going to scale this downwards. Bring it up. So it's flush. You want it just at the exact same size as your disc. So from here, you're going to go to edit mode. Take this side just here. We're going to go E for extrude. And then we're going to take this little face right here. And we're just going to go G and move it downwards. Just slightly. And then with our X-ray mode, we're going to select this face right here. And we're just going to press G and just bring it across. And this will be the underside. This is where the arm's going to sit for our piece. So, this is what you should have so far. Maybe just bring these two up with just a slight touch. Just press G, and you can press S to scale them outwards just a little bit. Oops, just going to scale this just slightly. I can't really see the edges on this. Come on. Yes, that should look roughly right. Okay, so now we want to make the arm, but I just want to bring this down. Just select the end face right here. I just press G. And, oh my gosh, just bring it down to maybe about there. I would say that's correct. Then we're going to go into materials, go to black. Okay, so now for the arm. So the arm is quite intricate, so it goes upwards and it rotates round, from what I've seen from old record players. So what we want to do, we want to make, I think, I think we'll go with, hold on, I'm just looking at my reference photos here. Yes, we want to make a little oval. I'm going to make a little oval. Let's go with cylinder. Stretch the cylinder out just slightly. Pull it inwards. Press G, just move it across. Scale. Press G to pull it up. Even flatten it beforehand. Then press G to pull it up. Just move it across. I'll place this right here. Scale. G again to bring it up. I'm going to shade this smooth, and then we'll go to make this black to go with our theme. Then we want to go add, and we want to go cylinder again. Scale it down. Press G to bring it up. You want to go on par with what we've just made. So go G. And this is where the arm's going to be caught on the end. Scale downwards. G. Just flatten it down just slightly. G, go down. We're going to go to edit mode. E for extrude, just slightly. And then scale inwards. E for extrude, scale inwards. And then E for extrude just upwards. Now this point is going to be an arc where the arm can be caught by our stand. So right click, shade smooth. We're going to go over here, go black. From this point on, we want to go to add cylinder again. Now this is going to be your silver, so you want to shade this upwards, scale this upwards, scale it down, press G to bring it up, rotate 90 degrees, and then we're going to slowly bring this over to here, press 7, so you're right above, G, scale it down, and then scale it across, scale it down again, and then scale across to roughly that size, I would say. Right click, shade smooth, and then we're going to put this as silver. Now, at this point we need to just bring this down a little bit so it sits just here. Just looking at my photos that I have right here. Okay, so on this part at the end, what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this part so that we don't have to remake it. So Shift D, just duplicate it, and we're going to rotate it by 90. Then we're going to rotate it again by 180. G, and then just get it onto the end right there. Now what we want to do, edit mode. So you want to go to the side here, X-ray mode. Make sure that you're selecting the entire barrel, just at the end there, if you can see. So we just want this part and the end. Just going to scale this down just slightly. Scale it across slightly. So we're manipulating this part. Yeah, scale down just slightly again. Now at this point we're going to put a cube at the end of it, and then we're going to have another cube at an angle at the end of that one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the piece that's supposed to be at the end in a straight line so that you guys can see what you're doing, and then we'll take that straight piece and then we'll put it at the angle. So it makes more sense visually wise. So let me see. So we want another cube, so let's add a cube. Scale it down. G, bring it up. Bring it across. We go right here, scale it down. Now you want your cube roughly bigger than this. So scale outwards. We might actually end up scaling this arm down a little bit. G, right there. So that's roughly how you'd want it. But you're going to have to flatten this out just slightly. So scale downwards to roughly there. That should be absolutely fine. We're just going to scale it outwards just a little bit on the sides. And then we're going to go to edit mode, select the end face, E for extrude, sorry, select the end face, scale it inwards just a little bit, E for extrude, and then we're going to turn it, so rotate, E for extrude, and then we're going to go rotate again, and just bring it round, and just make it slightly smaller every time that you do so. Press G, just move it across a little bit. Then we can go E for extrude, and this is where the other part of the arm is going to sit. So this vertices right here, you can see that it's a little bit wonky, so what we're going to do, just go to the ends, and just move them around a little bit so that they're more or less rounded. And just make sure that everything's relatively smooth, nothing's jutting out in any odd direction. So at this point we're going to have the parts that will sit right here, that will be the arm. So I'm hoping that I got the angle correct. I'm just going to shade this smooth. Going to add the black to it. Now, for the arm part, I have a photo of what they look like, but it's a very one-sided photo. So what we have is we have an arm with a little needle on it, and we have a little piece where you can pick the needle up with your fingers. So from what I remember, my dad used to have a record player when I was a kid. We're going to go to add. We're going to go to cube. G, bring it upwards. I think our platform might be a little bit too short, but we can fix that afterwards, it's fine. So we want to scale this outwards a little bit. And what you want to do with it, go to edit mode. Go to Control R. And just about here, we're just going to take this and we're just going to go to G and move it upwards. Someone with a very loud motorbike. And then this side, we're just going to shrink this down just a little bit. Scale. Shrink it down just a little bit. It's going to take some tweaking to get this correct. Just pull this up. Just slightly. G, pull this one up. And then this part, we're going to drop it down. So we're going to go for, sorry, 1 second. This face at the bottom right here. E for extrude. And we're going to go extrude it. But the only problem is we have a red part as well. So what we want to do is, we'll go for Control R. Just cut that one in half. Go to faces. Bottom one here, E for extrude. And then this one, we're going to go E for extrude, but we're going to go a little bit further down. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab these two front faces here as well, and I'm just going to press G and just move these down, but I'm also going to scale them down as well. You want to make sure this bottom part is flat as possible. So this part right here is going to be red. So we don't have the colour for red, but we do have black. So we do all this black. Select these faces on the bottom. Oops, not that one. And then what we're going to do is press plus, assign, and we'll go red. So this will be the end where the needle is. You can place that in if you want to, or you can just leave it as that. So now we've got the sticky out part as well. I'll place the needle in actually. So what I want to do is go E for extrude. We're going to scale it down to a point, and what we're going to do with that point is we're just going to go G forward, and then G towards the front. So we have this kind of little thing coming out. And then we're going to go Control R, just clip it around the side there and just press G and bring it back. And this will be the point where you lift the needle from the record itself. So they generally have a little bit of a groove on the top here as well. So I'm just going to go and Control R, just roll your scroll wheel. Control R, go for the middle, roll your scroll wheel again. And what we'll do, we'll take that centre part right there. We'll go to your faces, click the centre, and just press G to move it downwards just a little bit. And then E for extrude. And just slightly pull it in. So when you go back to your object mode, you just have something akin to this. It doesn't have to be perfect. So we're just going to scale this down. I think mine may be a little bit too long, but we'll see what it looks like on the piece. So just bring it over. Now, the way that you want to angle this depends on where the rotator is. So, for me, you know what, I think I did this the wrong way around. It's okay though, we can flip it. So, generally with record players, the needle points more inwards. So this part right here is having the record player point outwards. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to rotates, and we'll just rotate this by 180. So we bring it over to this side. Now this piece, I do realise is now the opposite. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to mirror it. I'm going to flip it with the y-axis. Because for some reason I have a left-handed one. I decided to make a mirror image of the one that I was looking at, so it was kind of, it was a unique one, but I think, yeah. I just kind of wanted to make something unique where it was on the opposite side, but I think I kind of messed up the angle on it. So, anyway. So it's a left-handed record player. Many of them are right-handed, because most people are right-handed, but this one's a left-handed one. We're just going to move this across. Just right there. I say it's left-handed because you're having to go like this with your left hand and pull it across rather than grabbing it with your right hand. I wanted to make it different from the image that I was looking at on Pinterest. So that I wasn't infringing somebody's copyright. So, if I scale this outwards just a little bit, I just move it over. It should be fine, I think. Scale. And then for this part in the middle, we're just going to make some ridges. So, go on to the top face right here. Go E for extrude. Scale it inwards just slightly. E for extrude. Scale it inwards, just go down slightly. Scale it inwards. Press G, go upwards until you're not clipping the piece right there. E for extrude. Scale it inwards. E for extrude again. Just bring it up just slightly. Scale it inwards just slightly. E for extrude, keep it where it is. And then we're just going to scale inwards. E for extrude. Bring it up slightly, scale inwards. It should be relatively flat. And then we're going to go E for extrude, scale inwards, and bring it up just like that. E for extrude again, scale it inwards, and then we're going to drop it. And then E for extrude, scale inwards, and then we can go E for extrude again. But this time we're just going to make it a small point. So now we kind of have this little part where you can place the record onto. So, the next part is finishing off this arm, actually. Let me see. I think I'm trying to differ from the design that I'm looking at because I don't want to infringe. So let's go with we'll go with a cylinder. Rotate on its side 90 degrees. G, bring it over. I'm just going to place this one on the end. This will be the end of the arm. So it should just go there, just flush. Then we're going to go with this face on the front. E for extrude. Scale it downwards so it's just touching the pole. E for extrude, so it's kind of got a little bit of a sleeve to it. And then just scale it inwards just slightly. Now you might have to take the whole thing and just press G and move it across and down. So you've got this cylinder look. Now, with this one shade smooth, we're going to go with black. From this point, we can go for the end right here. So E for extrude. Take this last face, E, scale downwards, and we can kind of have this fancy kind of end to it, I guess you could call it that. So it's almost like you could just grab hold of it and then move it across. Scale that downwards. And then we'll have the joint underneath that will rotate the arm. So what we want to do is go to object mode, add a cylinder, scale it downwards, scale it up, G to move it, and we'll scale it all the way down, G again to move upwards, and just get it so that it is on the cusp of the arm, just right there. So it's kind of like a posh version of a record player, I guess. Not your average one. So there's the arm for the record player. Maybe make some speakers. Maybe that's an idea, but I want to put the wood texture on, so we're going to go to shading. Let's see. Shading, we want to go with, just going to move that to the side. I'd say it's noise texture for sure. Let's add a noise, see what happens. We go colour to base colour. The rendered version, do I have it on cycles? Yes, I do. Ah. Okay, so let's see. 1 second, I think I messed up. So let's just undo what we did. Clicking this one. Want to go to wood. This is the reason why it's not working, because I've not selected wood. Add the noise texture. We're just going to scale this upwards. You can distort it as well. See what that one looks like. Scale it upwards, scale it downwards. You have some funky patterns on it. Change the roughness out, the detail. I do kind of like that pattern that it's got though. Maybe we'll keep it. So yeah, you've got the noise texture, and then we want to add the colour ramp. So let's go plus, and then we'll add the brown in. Or at least shades of. Plus again. Bring those across. So just turn down the roughness just slightly so it gives it that kind of wood look. Now don't worry about the bottom here, we can fix that in a moment. So if you wanted to mess around with the roughness, you could actually add a Voronoi texture and place colour to roughness, and you'll get this. So you see that these parts are kind of shiny and these parts that aren't. So if you scale this up, you actually get this really funky pattern going. You can also place a bump. So if we add a bump texture in the middle right there, and we place colour to height, as such we can get little cracks running across the top. So if we just pull this out a little bit, it looks like it's a bit scratched up. So it's had some wear and tear. We could also remove the randomness. Make it a little bit more squared. We could change these settings. Detail as well. So you've got this record player with a little bit of scratching on it from wear and tear, and you've also got the detail in there. So, as far as this wood texture goes, we might want to use a mapping tool. Just go for the scale right here. You can map this outwards, stretch it out a little bit. I would remove this distortion though, if you're going to do that. Have this wavy kind of texture with it. I'm just experimenting at the moment, so you guys can follow along with this if you'd like, or you can experiment yourselves with what I'm doing. But I'm just showing you in general what these settings can do. Yeah, I quite like the distortion that it's got. That's quite funky. Maybe we could add some purple in there as well. Maybe just lighten it up a little bit. Or some greens, like make it a bit funky. Psychedelic. I kind of like that. So we'll go with that. So for the base, for the black, we want to keep the black as black. For this back piece right here, we'll take the arm. We're gonna go Shift D. Oops. Go back to layout actually. Go Shift D. Scale it inwards just a little bit. And then we're just going to scale it outwards. Now this is going to be the back part where we're plugging things in. So just Shift D it a couple of times. And these will be the points where you put the speakers in, the ports and all that kind of stuff. And maybe we want a glass lid as well. So if you go to Cube, it's already in the centre. But press G, bring it upwards. And what we can do is we can go edit mode, Control R, oops, wrong side, Control R into the middle. Scale it outwards, just slightly. Select his face at the bottom right here. Scale it outwards so that it fits over the top. Press G. So it sits and fits. Press A, scale downwards, press G, and then what we can do is we can rotate it. Press G, move it across, press G, move it up. And then what we can do with this side, because obviously this is going to be solid at the bottom here, press for the bottom face, E for extrude. And then just follow the contours of the outside one. So just pull this in. G, move it upwards. Scale it down. It's a bit fiddly when it's on its side. I should have really done this when it was flat. Yeah, you know what? We could do this when it was flat. So we know the size. Just backtrack just slightly. Press G. Move it upwards, press this middle face right here, E for extrude, don't move it, scale inwards just slightly, E for extrude, bring it up to the top part here, scale inwards, E for extrude, bring it up to the top part again, scale inwards, just bring it down just slightly, G, and then we'll rotate it so that it sits on the side just there. Just leave a little gap at the back. We're going to put hinges in. So what we can do for the hinges, actually, we can take these parts at the back that we've already made, Shift D, just scale them out just slightly, scale them downwards just slightly, press G, and then rotate them by 90 degrees. Press G again, move across, G downwards, scale, and then we're going to go Shift D, select both of them, Shift D, and then move them across to the opposite side. Now as for this top right here, we can go to new, we could go glass, and then we could go principal BSDF, and we can change this to glass BSDF. Change down the roughness as well. So when we go to the render tab, we've got this. Now we bring the roughness up just slightly, so it's got a couple of scratches on it, I'd say. A little bit worn down plastic that's been used over the years. I'm just going to change this background a little bit to more of a grey. See if that enhances it a little bit. That's what we should have at the moment. So the next piece that we could make for this, we could take one of these again, Shift D, and we could just place it on the end of the lid. So just rotate that round 90 degrees, scale it outwards, scale it down, G, go across, scale downwards, we kind of have this silver piece just here. And from that, go Shift D again, G, and then rotate it 90 degrees, scale it downwards, G, and then we want to put this just on the edges. So there's a buffer zone between the glass and the actual record player itself. Shift D, duplicate it across, put it onto the opposite side. And now it should look something like this. There's a little bit more detail on it, there's a little bit more care with it. Okay, so once we've got to this stage, we want to make some speakers. Speakers. I'm trying to find some speakers that would look really good with something like this. So if we go to we'll make some basic ones actually. So we go to cube, scale it upwards, G, bring it across. Take this, edit mode, E for extrude, just scale it outwards just slightly so it's got a little bit of a bevel. Take this face right here, E for extrude, don't move it, scale it inwards, and we're just going to bring this up and across, and then we're going to go E for extrude again, and then just scale it inwards. And then from here, what we'll do, we'll take a plane Press G. Rotate it 90 degrees. Press G again. Just bring it forward. G in the middle. Scale downwards. Scale across just slightly. Now, what you want to do is make this as central as you possibly can. And what we're going to do is scale outwards. Edit mode, and we're just going to go subdivide, 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 until you've kind of got this kind of pattern right here. And then what we're going to do is go to your modifiers, and we will go for wireframe. And you'll end up with this kind of look. So change this to black. Yep, we got black right there, and then we're going to put this as wood. So that should change that one to wood. I'm going to also shade that smooth. Press G. Just rotate them inwards or outwards, wherever you'd like to. And then we should end up, with all said and done, something like this. That would be a basic premise for a record player, so to speak. A little bit more advanced, but I would definitely say that I'd use that. You could add some wires into the background if you wanted to as well. I think I remember how to add wires. I could do that for you right now, actually. But yeah, this is basically what you should have. Let's go back to regular viewing. So these are the points right here. If you go Shift D, just place them into the back of the speakers. And from what I remember, it's been a while. It's been a while. I have done this during the tutorial, but there's certain things that you do. Just rotate it in if you need to. But there are certain things that you do within your tutorials that you do forget about after a while of doing other things. So I do believe that if you want to make wires at the back here, you go to add, and then it should be curve, if I got it right. We're doing knots. No, we don't want knots. Curve profiles. Oh, I'm pretty sure. Catenary. Got to be. It's got to be. Right, you notice that my my stuff's in the way right now. I'm just going to turn off the screencasting keys. Has to be this one. I do believe it is. Let's extrude this just slightly. Yep, there it is. But we want it kind of straight. Bevel it. There we go. So we do have a wire coming into the back of here, but it's not quite the wire that we want it to be. There we go. So that's kind of a wire. I'm not too sure how to pull it from this side, but if we just maybe move this, no. Well, that's your basic wires anyway for catenary. If you can get those working, that's excellent. For this one, probably put this right at the end here. You could probably use grease pencil actually to do this with. So we're going to add. I'll find out how to actually get it to curve, because usually when I do catenary kind of connections, it's wires that I do for street stuff. So if we go to curve, knots, catenary. Modify this a little bit and make it a bit thinner. Drop it down just slightly. Yeah. I think that would be roughly correct. Just place it as the black. So yeah, if you guys enjoyed the tutorial, please like, subscribe. I'd really appreciate it. Yeah, so have a great day. See you in the next one. Okay, welcome guys to another Blender tutorial. Today we are going to be making a computer screen. So we did a TV screen a while back, but I guess like it's slightly different, but it's kind of the same. So they're just going to be smaller with bigger stands, I guess. So we're going to take the default cube G to just bring it up a little bit so it's away from the grid. I just find my work is a little bit better when I can just see what I'm doing on the other side as well without having the lines there. I get you can turn them off. But we're going to go S to scale, and we're just going to flatten this out to begin with. And that's probably roughly the size that I need. So we're going to go object mode. We are going to select the front face here, E for extrude, S to scale. Now computer screens tend to have a very big kind of lip, a seam around them. So we're just going to go ahead and make one of those. E for extrude. It tends to have a little bit of a lip going in. And then E for extrude again. And then that should be your screen kind of thing. So when we get to the back of these, we're just going to select this. And they tend to be curved around the back, so we're just going to go E, scale inwards, E, and then scale inwards again, E, and then scale inwards. Many computer screens are pretty flat on the back, so we just go scale inwards, and then once we get to this part, we've obviously got the part where there's all of the stuff that goes into it, all the wires. So from this point we can go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale it in slightly, E for extrude, let it go back, but don't clip the screen. And then I think, you know what, I'm gonna maybe, no, I don't want to do the split. Okay, so we're gonna use another cube. I'm just gonna shade smooth. Right click shade smooth, and I'm just going to do some editing on the colour here. So we're going to have two materials. The first material is, we're going to name this the back of PC screen, and then we're going to plus another material in here, new, and then we want to click the front one here that's going to be the screen, press assign, I say PC screen, and then this is going to be black with slight reflection. So when we go to the render here, hopefully we're in cycles. Oh, yeah, let's put that back into cycles right there. PC screens tend to be quite dull, so I'm just going to bring the roughness up just slightly. And that's the front of our screen right there. Okay, so the back is in regards to the back. We're just going to put some stuff on the back here. So we want, let me think. I think, yeah, I might just split this one. Do it differently than I did to the TV screen. So just do that. E for extrude. And then this is where all the wires would go. So I'm just going to go E for extrude on this one. Just bring it across just slightly. And then we're going to do all the technical stuff on this kind of thing. I think the TV method was a lot better, but I just want to try this with the computer screen just to see what we can do. A whole lot of Blender stuff is just about experimenting, really. We could put the wires in that in the back there. So we have a little screen there. And now we need the stands. So the stands, we're just going to use a cube. Just put this down a little bit. I'll put it in the back. Scale that down. Scale it across a little bit just to give it a little bit of a stand. E for extrude. Go E again. And then just scale it out a little bit. E again. Scale it out a little bit. Just going to bring that in. I'm just going to scale it out as much as we can at the bottom. And then E for extrude again. And that's kind of the basic, really, of a computer screen and stand. I don't like it. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't like it. I have a little bit pushed for time right now, but it's okay, I guess. I could have done better on that for sure. But yeah, that's your typical 90s computer screen from what I can at least remember that they look like. So well, 90s noughties, especially the flat ones, which were those weird ones. Yeah, so thanks for watching, I guess. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So we're going to be making a notebook today. So I'm just going to take the default cube right here, stretch it out a little bit. So this is just a basic design that you guys can make. Just going to scale that in. Right there, I do this all the time. Screencast keys. I'm ahead in the game, right? So we're just making this. We're just gonna shade this smooth, just like a little kind of nook. This is gonna be the cover of the book. And what we can do is Shift D. Put another one on top. That's gonna be the second cover of the book, and then Shift D goes into the middle. So scale this down. Then we're just going to scale it upwards. It's kind of got like a book kind of thing. I'm just going to move this up a little bit. Anything going on? Okay, so I'm just going to scale this just upwards slightly and then just bring it across a little bit. Okay, so that is the premise of our basic notebook. And you can also put binders in the side of this as well. So just go to add mesh. You can go with cylinder. I'm going to go with cylinder. It's just easier to do. Rotate it 90 degrees. And then rotate it 90 degrees again. So that we can just take the sides off this. So what we're going to do is going to go to edit mode. We're going to select one side right here. And then just press delete faces. The other side right here, delete faces. Select everything, just by pressing A. Scale it inwards. And then press E for extrude. Keep it where it is. And then just scale inwards. So now we kind of got like these little binder rings right here. I'm just going to go ahead and shade that smooth. Rotate to 90 degrees. Go with G. Scale down a little bit. G, scale up. You can make these as big or as small as you want. Just as long as they fit the binding of the actual book. Should be fine. Yep. Okay, so now what we want to do is we just want to duplicate this a good number of times. So just Shift D, go across one axis, press 1. Shift D, go across this axis, press 1. Shift D, go across this axis, press 1. And then for this one, what we're going to do is Shift D, go across this axis, and we're going to go -1. And then we're going to go Shift D, go across this axis again, -1. And then Shift D, go across this axis again, and -1. You can also add text to the front of here as well by going to the add, and then we're going to go to text. So you see that it pops up right here. So if you press G and just bring it up a little bit, you want to go rotate and then just press 90. Press G just to move it across. And to edit the text, we're going to go to edit mode. Just delete what's there and then just put notebook. So you notice at the moment you can't see it. So you're going to go to the text right here. And then we want to go to, you can go to different fonts right here. Let me see. Space geometry. You can extrude this just a little bit so it comes onto the top of the book. Just press G, just move it upwards. And there you have it. There is your basic notebook. I hope you guys enjoyed. Please like, subscribe. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the camera on today because for some reason it's not working. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Hi guys, welcome back to another Blender tutorial. So today we're doing cloth, and I think that I'm going to be showing you vertices basically in how many faces cloth should have to make it look a little bit more realistic. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep the default cube, keep the lighting and stuff like that. I think I need to actually make another one here. File new, we'll go for general, there we go. Okay, so cloth, it is what it says on the tin. We're just going to go to mesh and then plane. Going to go G, bring this up, and then just scale it outwards. Right, so I'm going to show you a couple of simulations of what basically cloth does. So what we're going to do, we're going to go for the default cube that's underneath. I might be in the way here, hold on. Gonna move myself out of the way. I think I'll be best up here. Okay, so we have the default cube. What you're gonna want to do is go to the physics tab, which is at the side right here. Go to collision, and your cube's gonna be collision, and then this one is going to be your material. So just click your plane. We're gonna go cloth. And then if we press the spacebar, it should fall, and it should just hit the front of the cube. Now that's one plane, that's just one face, and you notice that it doesn't go very far. It just goes dink, and then that's it, right? So let's give this 2 faces. Let's see what this does with the 2 faces. So we want to 4 even. So just right click right there, and then just click subdivide. And then we go back to the original object. Make sure that your timeline is at 1, right at the bottom down here. And then we're going to press spacebar again. And you notice that we can see the little crease. And it's got a little bit give to it, but it's not a lot, right? So, go back to 1 again. And we'll go to edit mode, just to edit this out. Right click, subdivide, right? So now when we go to object mode, we're going to press spacebar again. If I've gone a little bit too fast, sorry. And we notice there's a little bit more give to it. It's bowing a little bit. It's good. Okay, so you notice that the more faces that we have, the more that your cloth likes to move. So what I'm going to do, we'll go back to part 1 again. And then I'm going to subdivide. That'll be the 3rd time, I think. 4th time subdivide. And then we'll run this simulation again. So down it goes. You notice that it curves, it caresses that cube so nicely. So you'll notice that there's a lot of it's very pixelized. It's pixelizing a little bit. So what you want to do is right click and then shade smooth, and then this is how it'll look. Now if you notice that there's bumps here, so what that is because you've not got enough subdivisions. The computer's just rendering it essentially in cubes. So what I'm going to do is go back to 0 again. So I don't know how many times I've subdivided now. I think this will be the 5th time, 6th time, 7th time. So the more that you subdivide, the more RAM it's going to take up and the more that it's going to put pressure on your graphics card and processor. So depending on what your computer can handle, is dependent on how many subdivides that you can do with your materials. If you can only do a few, I mean, it's good. Like, I started on a laptop where I could only do a few subdivisions, and that was my materials. Nowadays, I have a gaming PC, so I can do a lot more with it. So, I don't know how many times that's subdivided. I think we were on 7, I think, if I am not mistaken. But if we press spacebar again to complete the animation, you notice that it slows down. That's because there's quite a lot of data coming through at once. And, yeah, I just want to show you the basics. Obviously, it's gone straight through. So, we'll notice that the material, as it's coming down, and I can just play this for you guys, it's interacting with itself. So these little bits here is that the material, instead of being like this, so you've got your outer material and you've got your inner material. You know, I'm going to make myself bigger here, hold on. So as I was saying, you've got your outer material, you've got your inner material, and what this is in the corner is the material going like this. So what you need is a self-collision. Let me show you. For some reason, this new update, everything just falls through an object. I think it's too much weight. I've not quite figured it out with this program, but if you go down to collisions, which is at the bottom here, you want to click self collision, and then you've got your friction. If you put it upwards or downwards, it will alter the way that the material goes. So we'll press spacebar again just to simulate this. But it's like, you notice now it's a little bit smoother on the edges. It's not perfect, but it's smoother. So we also have this, which is this kind of cross-hatching effects that's going on. Now this is to do with how many subdivisions we have, but we can edit this. So if you go to modifiers, add modifier, and type in smooth, you can actually edit that a little bit. Now I wouldn't go all out with this because it can mess up your stuff like it does there. I wouldn't recommend it, but if that's something that you want to use, I mean, that's a minus 10,000, right? But if we put it back to 0, if I can get it there, that's roughly 0. It's a lot smoother. But obviously if you go out on the sides, I guess, it's a little worse. So that's an option for you if you want to use that, but you know, maybe don't. But it's out there if you want it. Yeah, so that's just basic materials for you guys. I hope you enjoyed. Like and please leave me a subscribe. Like, hit that subscribe button. The one that should be flashing right now if Google's working properly. Apparently Google can't understand my accent very well, but please do hit the subscribe button. I'll see you in the next one, and if you're on Facebook, please give me a follow. Bye! Okay, hi guys, so welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing cabling or lining or wiring, whatever you want to call it. So I'm currently on Blender 4.3.2. So apparently it's different on this version of Blender compared to older versions of Blender, but basically what you need to type in is extra curve objects into your preferences. Your preferences can be found in your edit section under preferences. So just go ahead and install this. Should take a couple of seconds. I do believe that we have it there. Okay, so from here it's pretty easy. So right now I've got some walls and I've got some boxes and I want to get some lines running towards each. So I'm just going to choose a random box and then I'm going to choose a secondary random box. Don't forget to hit shift so that you've got them both. And then what we're going to do, we're going to hit shift again, but we're going to press A at the same time. So here we go. We're going into curve, we're going to go into knots, and then the cantonary, I can't even pronounce that, but yeah, that one. And you'll notice that we've got a line here. Now if you go into the bottom here, you'll see a lot of different options. The only problem is my my screen keys are in the way, so I'm just going to turn these off at the moment. Okay, so you can make this as long as short as you want. You can give it a couple of weird things. I mean, like, I would just say experiment with it a little bit. But now you see that we've got a line just there going between these two boxes. Let me see. So random seed 1, you've got all this kind of stuff that you can just mess around with it. Just see what works for you. You can make it thicker or thinner. Yeah, if I just turn on the render here, you can also see the wire coming across. I'm just going to rotate my sun a little bit so you guys can see that. So we've got the wire there. To change the colour, you just go to the materials section and you can just go ahead and change that. You've got roughness and stuff, so I mean you can do whatever you want to with this. So let's see, let's get another box in here. Let's see, I would like these two to run together, so shift A, go into curve, knots, bottom option, here's another knot. Yeah, pretty kind of easy, so like shift A, curve, knots, got another one. So yeah, that's basically how it is. Your options are at the bottom to change these. I would change them when you do install them because I don't think you can get the box back. I think it just disappears and it's forever kind of thing. Yeah, it just kind of disappears. It's the same with the trees. When you make trees, the options at the bottom also go. But yeah, you can have fun. Just, you know, shift A, curve, knots, and just make as many of these lines as you possibly want. I hope that was helpful for you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Okay guys, welcome to the next tutorial. So today we're going to be making a bar stool. I'm just going to make the generic one, I think. Let me see. So we're going to start off with a cylinder and we're just going to work with the cylinder from there. So let's start this off. So we're going to go G, just bring that up a little bit because we're going to have to put the legs underneath. You want to go into edit mode. Control R, just to kind of bring the middle out a little bit. What we're going to do is just select everything and just squish it down. So S for scale. Go along the Z axis. You know what, I'm just going to do a little bit of editing here. So S to scale down. I was going to put the vertices around the edge and then like pull them out, but to be honest with you, like you're going to get some weird calculations going on there as regards to how big things are. So I'm just going to do it like this. So squish your cylinder down a little bit. You're going to go E for extrude, S for scale, just to go in, E for extrude, S to scale, E for extrude, S to scale. We just get that right in there. For the bottom, we're going to go E for extrude, and we're just going to split out just a little bit. Then we're going to go E for extrude again. and that will be our cushion for the stool. So you're going to go back to object mode, add another cylinder. We're going to do the cylinders separately because it just makes sense to do it that way. So this is going to be the wooden part for your stool. Also, it gives us more opportunities to do different things with the materials rather than having to click all the vertices. So I'm just going to do it as a little bit of a lip over the top. Just put that right there. So I'm going to right click and we're just going to shade this smooth. And then we're going to take this one and also shade this smooth. So when we get to the underside of the seat, go to edit mode, click the bottom. We're going to go E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale inwards, and then we're going to go E for extrude again, and then E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it inwards, and that's going to be the basis for the wooden part. Now I'm just going to make the cushion a little bit taller, so we're going to go scale, and just scale it across the y-axis a little bit. And then, once we've got that, we're just going to add a little bit of texture to this one. I mean, you can add any texture that you want, but we're just going to go for a basic texture during this tutorial. So I'm going to make it maybe just like an orangey red. Pull the roughness up a little bit. And then the wood underneath, we'll go with brown for that one. And then we're going to do the legs, which is the easy part really. So cylinder again, just stretch it out, and then what we're going to do is scale it in, and then stretch it out again so it's roughly the same size as a chair leg. Now when you're doing stools, you can have them straight down, but generally they splay out a little bit. So we're just going to pull this in, and it's dead center at the moment. So you know what, I can split this screen so I can show you guys. Press 1 on your number pad, I think it is. So right, what you want to do is get this to the side as much as you can. So we're just going to go there. We're going to make the first leg first, and then we'll do the rest of them. So I believe, hold on, yes, so press 7 on your number pad to look straight down. I'm just going to do the x-ray right here. Just change this to cycles so I can see a bit better. Right, so you're going to want to press G. Just bring this down a little bit. So you're going to spray it out. Splay it out. So press 1 on your number pad, rotate just slightly, just a slight rotation. So now it's going that way. So now we need to go the opposite side and just do a slight rotation on to that side as much as we can. And then we're going to try and put this back in its original position by coming to this one. So now we've got a leg that splays outwards. So now we want to do this on all sides. So we're going to do Shift D, which is going to duplicate. You want to right click, mirror. Now this might take a while because it's just kind of you can do X, I do Y, that's the opposite. I generally get mixed up with this because every time I press something it's like, oh, I got that in the wrong position. So it's not Y. Let me see. I just want to like mirror it. Sorry, I got the wrong one now. It's a little fiddly. I think that's correct. Is it? I feel that's correct. Like something in the back of my mind is going like, that's not correct, but it looks correct. So I'm just going to put it again on the quad here. So now, after all that's over and done with, we can actually go ahead, click both of them, hold down Shift, Shift D for duplicate, and then we're just going to mirror them again. using the Z-axis, I think. Yes. Yes, that's right. And then just put them back. That's where they need to be. Although I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Right, we'll do it in another way. We'll do Shift D. Then we'll do a rotate and just put 180. And then just bring that to the edge there as much as you can. So now we've kind of got this this bar stool kind of stuff. I always get confused with the mirror modifiers, like, you know, it's like I go by Z and then it goes weird. So yeah, forgive me for that one. Right, so the colour on these ones, we're going to go to material, and we want a brown kind of colour, but to be honest with you, instead of doing that and trying to match the colours, we can just go to this material, we can just go bar, stool, lower, wood, yeah, so we can do that, and then we can do this to every single one, so all we need to look for now is bar, stool, lower. Yeah, add that to all of them, so now we've kind of got the basic bar stool shape. I'm just going to move these two out a little bit because they're not quite in the right position that I want them. Right, so now, oh, that's outside of it. Right, I think that's roughly right. Got some clipping going on. I'm just going to start this out. Yeah, so now we can get with the cylinder. Add cylinder. We're going to rotate this one 90. So 90 on your number pad. Scale it down. Elongate it. And this is going to be the footrest for the bar stool. So I mean, you can make this as big or as short as you want. Just move that up there. Yeah, but that should be right. My dog is messing around in the hallway, I don't know what he's doing, but sounds very ominous. Just make some adjustments to where you need that to be. And then we have the colour to this. We'll look at bar stool lower, and then Shift D to duplicate, and just bring it over to the other legs. And this part will really tell you if the other legs are in the right place as well. Just going to shift that back. So yeah, that's your basic bar stool. I mean, you can take these two and you could Shift D and then rotate on your Z-axis 90 on your number pad. Scale those in a little bit. And there you have it, there's your basic bar stool. Actually kind of reminds me of one of those school pencils that we had in school, you know, the ones with the red rubbers at the end. Red erasers, whatever you want to call them, depending on where you come from, because that means something else in the States. But yeah, thank you for coming to the tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Yeah, have a good day. Okay, welcome guys to the next tutorial. So today we're going to be looking at dropping objects that are soft. I basically got a cube here. I just put the default cube on the bottom for you guys, so that's just like our collision point. I've also labeled this as a collision in the physics tab right there. So what we're gonna do, we're just gonna get an icosphere, and we're just gonna look at soft objects. Basically, the object's just gonna land and it's just gonna be squishy. So this would be perfect if you've got like any kind of anime kind of stuff and you've got like these kind of I don't know, replications of soft toys or something, and you just want like a kind of squishy kind of feel to everything. So what we're going to do is we're going to go, so we got this one on collision from the physics tab right here. This one, we're going to put it down as cloth. And so if we just press the space bar real quick, it should come down. It just kind of squishes and it kind of melts. So we don't want it to go through, but we want some sort of stability here. So we can mess around with the weight a little bit. You can get it like really heavy. It kind of just squishes down. I think having a plane is probably best for this. I'm just going to switch this out for a plane actually. Mesh plane, let's see what we can do with this. We'll put this as collision. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so you can see that it kind of becomes real squishy. So, if we click on the icosphere again, we can do, you've got steps, you've got all sorts here, you've got tension. Let's put the tension up a little bit. It kind of just folds in. But yeah, you can like reduce this. You can have like a 1.1 kilogram. And it kind of just like bounces. If we take that up a little bit more, maybe. So just pull that up a little bit more. Let it go. We kind of just have this bounce. So now you just mess around with the settings. See what you want. To start with, let's see. So I could do internal springs, could turn these up a little bit, see what happens. But yeah, that's basically how you do kind of like squishiness. So if you've got like a plushie toy or something, and you want it to kind of bounce and squish, that's how you do that. Thank you guys for watching. That's the end of the tutorial. Please subscribe, like, follow wherever you're watching this. I'll see you in the next one. So I'm just going to go do a quick one right now. So these are bouncing apples. So I'm just going to go over to my physics tab. We'll have these as cloth. Have that one as cloth. I don't know how well this is going to work, but like, I'm going to try it. Cloth. Cloth. I think that's small as cloth. Oh, okay. See what happens here. It's taking a while. I think I'm minus frames there. Oh yeah, minus 1.6. I should have got rid of the icosphere. Definitely. Oh, they've kind of got squashed there. Oh dear. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing a work locker. It's on my brief. I mean, like, a work clock is good. So I don't know whether to do one where it's going to be multiple lockers or whether I just do a singular locker. I think maybe I can do a singular locker today just to show you how to make one, and then you guys can kind of experiment with what you'd like to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the default cube, just bring it out a little bit. I'm going to just scale it upwards to roughly a locker size. I'm just going to press G and just bring it down to ground. So I'm going to start with on this one. If you guys want to rotate like this, it's a central scroll wheel. I keep forgetting this. Like, sometimes people just click on my videos straight away and they don't know any of the controls, and I don't tell them. And I need to start doing that. So I'm just going to press S, central scroll wheel, just go along the red line, which is the X-axis. We're just going to make this a little bit thinner. Let's come around here. So we're going to go into edit mode, which is in the top corner. And we're just going to go into faces. We're going to take the front face here. We're going to go E for extrude. Leave it where it is, don't move it. And then we're just going to go scale it inwards. And this is going to be like the inside bit of our locker. So I'm just going to scale upwards. So it gives it that little bit of a lip, but not much. And then what I'm going to do is E for extrude, scale it inwards. Now because most lockers are made of a thin metal, we're just only going to go in just slightly. So you're probably going to want to be about there. So I'm going to go E for extrude again, don't move it. And then we're just going to scale outwards. I'm going to go into the X-ray mode so you guys can see what's going on here. So we got this face, we're just going to go scale outwards. You notice that on the inside that it's now going in to the sides. So I'm just going to scale toward the side so you've kind of got this going on the inside. And then we're going to go E for extrude and just bring it back. So now, let's see, just leave a little gap at the back. So now we have a little hollow cube, and this will be potentially our locker. So now what we want to do is add shelves in there, a little bit of a rail, I guess, and then a door. So let's go with add, and then we're gonna go to mesh cube, and then you're gonna want to scale your cube up so that it fits just on the inside of the locker, and then we're gonna go to S scale downwards. Just flatten it down, and then G, we're going to bring it up. So it's going to become a shelf. You want to make sure that it's flush towards the sides, but it's not going to clip outwards. So that's clipping outwards. Just make sure that it's just in there, and you can't see it from the outside. So if I just click off that, you can't see it now. So this will be our first shelf, and maybe we'll want a shelf just at the bottom for shoes or something. Maybe you've got some shoes that absolutely stink after gym class or whatever like that, you know. And then we're going to add a mesh again, and we're going to go for cylinder. We're going to scale this upwards, and then we're going to scale it back down again. Rotate along the red axis, which is X. We're going to press 90, scale it outwards, then just scale it back in again. Now, this is going to be the pole for your coats. This is going to be the pole for whatever you're hanging up in your locker. So, make it as thick or as thin as you want. Just press G, bring it up. We're going to post this, maybe, I think that's actually quite good. I'm gonna move this forward just slightly. You kind of got that gap at the other side as well. That's not, yeah, make sure both sides of your pole are touching the sides of the locker as well. It's not just floating there. I thought there was something wrong with that. I'm looking at it going like, what did I do wrong? Like, there's something wrong with that. I can't figure it out. It's not touching the sides. It's just like, it's just existing. So we're gonna go right click, and then we're gonna press smooth. So now you've got your little pole in your locker. Now you can start adding, if you wanted to, materials to this. So your materials tab's just here. You want to press new. If this is a pole, we're going to want to go for maybe silver look to it. Let me see. Oh, that's really weird. They've changed some of the settings on here. So we're going to go with metallic and just turn it up a little bit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change my rendering engine, because we're supposed to be in cycles, but for some reason default is Eevee. So we've got it in cycles now, and this is a silver bar on the inside. Now if you wanted to add scratches to that, I can show you how to add scratches to that. Just 1 second. Okay, so you're going to want to go to your shading tab right here. So to add scratches to things, pretty simple. So what you want to do is add a Voronoi texture. Yep, so here we go. For any texture, you want to go colour to base colour of Principled. Then we're going to go, we're just going to move this up. So now you can see all these little lines that have appeared right there. We're going to go to bump texture. Just put the bump in there. You want to change your colour to your height rather than colour to normal. So it should look like that. Now you've kind of got this purpley thing going on, so we're going to go add, and then we're going to go to colour ramp. And I believe last time I just changed it to the metallic, I think, because it was working differently for another project. They do change the settings in Blender sometimes, so sometimes I'm like there, like, did I do the right thing? Because it doesn't seem to be reacting in the way that I'd like it to react. So, yeah, you can scale this up, you can scale it down. You can have little cracks or whatever like that. So, yeah, as for the regards to the outside of the locker, you can add some dings, some bumps to that. You know, I'm gonna add some texture to this actually. So your base color right now for your locker theoretically is just white. So I've seen most lockers are kind of like a dark green. So we're gonna go with that kind of tone. I'm just gonna turn the roughness down just for now. Sorry, the roughness up even. And we're gonna add a bump. And then I'm going to add a noise texture just to kind of give it a little bit of noise, a little bit of... so when you've got items, they'll get bumps over the years and they'll get scratches on them and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do is go for a noise texture. Add this onto here, go to colour and go to height. So now you've kind of got this, this crazy pattern going on here. So you can distort this a little bit. You can make it bigger, you can make it smaller, you can do whatever you want with it. Yeah, lockers are naturally going to get stains on them. So now we notice that we have this red locker with a blue floor to it. So what I'm going to do is add, we're adding colour ramp. And then we're just going to slip it between the bump and the principled. And you'll notice that it's all gone black and white now. So what we're going to do is add colour to this. And we're just going to turn the tones down. And notice it's black on the outside. I mean, you could move the black so that it's on that side. So it's almost like it's stained on the bottom as well. You can move the white around so the white's on the outside if you'd like. So there we go. We got basic locker that's a bit stained now. I'm gonna name this material as locker color, because we're gonna change the color for this one as well. So what you want to do is just go locker color, then go to this one, locker color. This is going to be good for your door as well. If you want to duplicate this and edit this, you can do, so that you've got different tones to it. Just press the two pieces of paper in the corner. So you could have white shelves instead of green. But you'll be still in with that same theme if that's what you want. So I can do that. And just change things. How about that? Just duplicate it when you do change things so that you're not changing everything. So now we've kind of got the basic of a locker. We're going to want to add the door to it, so I'm going to do the door separately. I'm going to start with the plane, and I'll do it downwards. So we're going to go back to layout so that we can see what's going on, and just regular rendered view. I'm going to scale this out, and then I'm going to fit it to the door, see how big this is, and then I will edit it as needed. So you just want to rotate on the green axis with 90 degrees. G. Scale it outwards so that it's roughly the same size as the locker. Edit mode. Just bring your vertices down. You probably can't see this very well, but hang on. So theoretically, you just want a shape. So G, bring that forward. You just want to bring a shape on the outside that fits the outside of the locker, roughly. So now, most lockers have little vents on them, so we're going to go to edit mode. I'm just going to Control R this. Just bring that in. Control R, halfway, Control R. I just go halfway up. So this is going to be the vent. You can do the vent in different ways if you want to. I think with my one I'm going to bring it out and then I'll subdivide it. So just get rid of that one. I'm just going to like E for extrude, and then I'm going to just rotate it just slightly. So it's like this. And then we're going to press the delete key, delete the face right there. Control R. Just get a couple of lines going across here. And then we're just going to take these faces out. It's 1, 2, 3, right there. E for extrude. And then I'm just going to go upwards with them. So they look like vents, so to speak. It's kind of a vent. I'm going to press delete faces. So they got a hole in them. Now you notice that this this locker right here it's flat. Primarily it's just got one face. So what we're going to do, go into edit mode, press A to select everything, and E for extrude. And we're just going to extrude over the top just slightly. And then I'm just going to go S to scale outwards. So the door's a little bit bigger to the locker there. And I think we're going to do some hinges. So you notice that the locker is a different colour from the actual the door right there. So we're going to go into shade tab again. And what you want to do, just grab this drop down menu here, just go locker, and there's your colour for the locker. So now we have this. I'm just going to rotate this 90 degrees so you guys can see inside. Just place that on there. Right, there we go. Right, so now we want the hinges. So we're just going to add and go to cylinder. Just elongate it slightly. Make sure it scales down. And then we're just going to place the hinge onto the side of the door. Might take a little bit of time to get this over to it. And I'm just going to make this kind of a grey colour. Right click to smooth, G, bring it up, and then we're going to go Shift D, and then Shift D, and then we're going to select Shift, click them all, whilst holding that down, and then we're going to go Shift D again, and just put the bottom hinges on right there, and that right there is your basic locker. I hope you guys enjoyed the tutorial. Please subscribe if you're interested. And I'll see you in the next one. Thanks. Okay, what's going on, guys? So we're on to our next tutorial now, which is a screwdriver. We're going to be building a basic screwdriver today. So we're going to keep the default cube, I think. I'm just going to press S to just pull this out a little bit. And then I'm going to go into edit mode. We're going to go Control R. Just cut that one in half, and then Control R up on the side as well, just cut that one in half. So, you're gonna want some sides on here as well. So select all of your sides, sculpt outwards, and then sculpt upwards as well. So this is gonna be the handle for your screwdriver. Then we're going to go E and just pull it in a little bit. E, shape it in a little bit more. And we're just going to make it round at the end. So it's kind of basic screwdriver shape. Then we're going to start making the handle. So the handle, I'm just going to bring it out a little bit. Press G just to move it. So I think that's long enough. E. And then I'm going to scale it outwards. So you've literally just extruded it over the top and then just expanded it out. So we're going to go G, move it forward a little bit. E again. E again. Scale it inwards, just slightly. E again. And this is just going to be the front part. And scale outwards. E. Scale outwards again. Scale it. This is just going to be the front part of the screwdriver. And I'm just going to scale that one in. So now we want to do the handle. And if we go back to object mode, we'll add a cylinder. Rotate that by 90 degrees. Scale outwards. You want to scale across. Sorry. S to scale. Then we're going to place it where the handle should go. Now this is a little bit longer than we want it to be, so we're just going to scale that down a little bit. Just put it back in there. I think. Maybe just move it down a little bit more. Shrink it down just a little bit. Okay, so the end part here, we want to kind of squish it down a little bit. So we go to edit mode, E for extrude, and then we're just going to scale it down on one side. This is just a basic screwdriver, so I mean, like, you could edit this however you'd like to. So it's smooth. And then I'm going to go E for extrude. Let's see. Actually, I'm going to scale this out first. And I was thinking about putting, like, maybe the end just there with this object, but to be honest with you, they're more squared off, so I'm going to put a cube and then move it across, and then we're just going to scale this down until it fits the end of our handle right there. And then I'm going to sculpt it out from there. Okay, so I think that should be roughly right. E for extrude, scale it outwards just slightly along the same axis, and then we're just going to go straight ahead, straight forward, and maybe just round it off just a little bit at the ends. So that would be just a basic screwdriver. I could have made it a little bit better, but I think that would do for a basic screwdriver. You could just add the metal as well. So I mean, like, shade smooth, make this smooth as well. If you really wanted to, I don't think it'd be practical making that smooth. But let's see, let's add some red on there. Where are we at? Just change the cycles engine. We want a metallic on this one. It's like dark grey. Maybe turn the roughness down a little bit. Maybe just a bit lighter. And then this one, we're just going to go with the same colour. So yeah, that's your basic screwdriver. I choose it as 500. Oh, no, actually no, 200. 200, yeah, 200 was a good choice. I'm just going to put a plane on there so you guys can see it a little better. I'm going to adjust that lighting as well. That's really harsh. See, let's put it at 50. No, we don't want to go for 50. Let's go put it at 10. Nope, 5. 5's a little better. Oh. But yeah, there you go. That's your basic screwdriver. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you in the next one. See, let's put it at 50. No, we don't want to go for 50. Let's go put it at 10. Nope, 5. 5's a little better. Oh. But yeah, there you go. That's your basic screwdriver. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you in the next one. Hi, what's going on, guys? So we're going to be making a vase or a vase today, however you pronounce it. Because I've heard like so many people pronounce it in different ways. So right, what we're going to do, we're going to start by deleting the default cube. All of the commands, by the way, if you're new to this, they're all in the corner here. So you can see what I'm doing. So if I left click, it'll show up. If I right click, it'll show up. If I press spacebar, it'll show up. You know the whole gist of it. Right, so to start off making our vase, we're going to go into add, mesh, and circle. We're then going to press S to scale it outwards. It's going to make it pretty big so you guys can see. I'm also going to split the screen so you guys can see the inside of it as well. So what I want to do is go to edit mode. I want to press F for fill. This will give it a face. E to extrude. Scale outwards slightly. E to extrude. Scale outwards again slightly. E to extrude. And what you should end up with is something like this on the base of your object. We're going to go E to extrude again, so that we've got the rim. E to extrude. It's a lot of E for extrudings and moving things to make stuff like this. So we are going to go E for extrude again. We'll scale it inwards slightly. E for extrude. Scale inwards. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to split the screen actually, so you guys can see it from side view. So this one, I believe it's 1, yeah. So I'm going to put it just there so you guys can see. So select your top face again. We're going to go E for extrude. I'm just going to go in slightly. What we're going to do, we're going to make the vase so it's thicker at the bottom, it goes in a little bit and then it comes back out again. So we're going to go E for extrude. Scale it in slightly, E for extrude. Now at this point we're going to start going outwards again, so E for extrude, you're just going to go straight up. Don't go to the side because then you'll make a warped kind of object and it doesn't look pretty in the end. Scale outwards just slightly. E for extrude. Scale outwards. E for extrude. Scale outwards. It's just how we're going to do it now. So once we've got this basic shape going, I'm just going to zoom out a little bit because this is going to be a little bit taller just to accommodate. So we want to put flowers in here or roses or something, so they're going to have long stems, so we want to make the vase or the vase pretty long. So E for extrude, and maybe I'll just make it come in just a little bit, just there. E for extrude. Just go along the same axis. E for extrude. Just slowly bring it in. And then as we get to the top here, we're just going to splay it out a little bit. So that you get that lovely bunch of flowers just coming outwards. Scale it out. E for extrude. E for extrude. Try and make it as smooth as you can. Pull it in just slightly. Now, when we get to the top here, this is the part that I'm going to use the X-ray so that you guys can see on the inside of what I'm doing. So, when we get to the top here, we want a little bit of a lip. Just a slight tad one. Now, the lip can be on the inside, it can be on the outside. E for extrude. And you're just going to do it very tiny. Just very tiny at the edges here. Scale inwards just slightly. Oops. Yeah. Press S to scale. Scale inwards just slightly. E for extrude, but don't move it. Then we're just going to scale inwards so it's flat. We got E fret extrude again. Don't move it. Scale inwards. And now we're going to go G. I can get this, G. And then we're going to go down slightly. So now you can see that we've gone onto the inside of our object. E fret extrude again. And you can see the walls coming in just there. Now you can follow the same patterns as all of the lines here if you'd like, or you can put your own patterns in. Totally up to you. I'm just going to scale this one outwards just slightly. Now what you want to do at this point, so this dark grey part here is inside of our vase, and this more lighter part here is the outer side of the vase. So what you want to do is you want to just leave a tiny gap. So if we go for E fret extrude again, you'll notice that we've got a little bit of a gap. And E fret extrude, because if you go on the outside of this, then the vertices come out. So for example, that doesn't look very good if it's like that. So you want this just on the inside, so that you've got that little space, you've got that little gap. E fret extrude again, scale inwards, E fret extrude, and then we're just going to continue all the way down to the bottom. I might just cheat a little bit and just mosey this on in. But you don't need as many vertices on the inside, I don't think, at least, compared to your outside, because no one's really going to see it. So, I mean, unless you've got a virtual camera going straight into your vase, then that's different. But generally, if this is just a prop just sat there, no one's going to see the inside of it. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't be untidy with it, it's just that no one's going to see it. So there's not much of a point in making it super detailed. I'm just going to round this off at the bottom. Okay, so now we've got a little vase that we can put stuff in. So we'll notice that there's a lot of lines on here. So what you're going to do is just right click and shade smooth, and that's it. That is literally it. That's how you make a vase. If you guys have enjoyed this tutorial, please leave a like, subscribe, and if you're on Facebook, consider giving me a follow. It'd be great. Thank you. See you later. Okay, welcome guys. I believe we're at tutorial 24 now. So we are going to be making a TV today, and it's easy. It's super easy. So I've got my key kind of logging going on right here. We're going to use the default cube just to make this. So what we want to do is press S, just move it outwards. We're going to press S to move it inwards. We're going to press S to make it taller. And that's roughly the size of our TV, so now we just have to add some details. So we're going to go in for the first face. We've got E fret extrude, don't move it, scale inwards. We're just going to scale it across the sides. And then, from this point, this is going to be the part of our screen. So we're going to go E, and we're just going to take it in just slightly, and just... It's quite a sharp edge on the edge of TVs. So, now we have this. So what we want to do is we want to make two materials. So we've got material 1, which will be, we're going to name this, I don't know, TV back. And then we're going to get a material 2, which is going to be this one. So what you want to do is press the plus in the corner. This will be a second material, click new, and then we want to go screen. Now this is going to help you later on, because if you want to put any images on there and stuff like that, I mean you can use nodes to do that. At the moment I'm just in the basic shape of a TV, so let's assign that. So that will be your screen. So now your screen on modern TVs is quite dark, so you just want to assign it, and we should have something like that. No. So right, you want your TV back as being a kind of dark plastic. They always are, they're always black kind of plastic. Now, notice that the edges are a bit sharp on this. So what I'm going to do is edit mode again. It's going to take the back here. It's going to bring it in. We're just going to scale it out just slightly so that it's not as hard on the corner there. Just bring it forward. And you just want a little gap so it's got a curve, and then E to extrude. Make sure that it's on one platform here, one axis, because if you go on another axis it'll warp. So we want to go E again. Now the backs of these TVs are not completely flat. Contrary to popular opinion, they're not flat. So you want a little bit of an edge there coming outwards, if you can see that. And then we want to go out again and just in again. And this will be the back of your TV. This will be where all your wires are. So we just want to go G, just move it down. We go E for extrude, and we're just going to go inwards. And that'll be back of your TV. Now I don't like it in one block, so I'm just going to press Ctrl Z and just undo that. So what I'm going to do, I can either subdivide this or I can add more objects to it, but I'm just going to go E again, scale it down. I'm just going to go E, and we're going to extrude inwards again. That looks a lot better for me. And then I'm just going to pull this out, so I'll just go G and just pull this forward a little bit, so you've got that little bit of a curve going on. So at this point we want a stand at the bottom. If you want a stand at the bottom, you don't have to make that bit. I'll make that bit last, so that if you just want this as a wall mounted TV, then you can just go ahead and just make that into a wall mount. You just actually put it up against the wall, it's wall mounted, there you go. Magical CGI, you don't need screws. Right, so the next thing that I would do is I would put cables on here, and I would also put, let's see, let's go with a cube. We're going to put some HDMIs in the back of this thing. So, just scale it out. I might be going too fast at the minute. I'm used to just go, just getting everything out in one kind of hit. When I'm doing tutorials, I have to tell myself to slow down a little bit, because I was I just go. So yeah, you want this block right at the back here. Now you notice that this block isn't flush, so make it flush. And then what we're going to do, you also notice that the block is the wrong colour. So what we're going to do, go into the materials tab, which is at the side here. You're going to go to the click down, you're just going to go TV back, and it'll make it the exact same shade. We're going to go into edit mode, we're going to go to Control R, and we're just going to split this into a series of parts. We're going to go Control R, accept, and then Control R, accept, and basically you're just 4/4 in it. So now we have a series of squares. I'm going to go ahead and click one of these squares. We're going to hold shift down, and then we're going to go and click the diagonal opposite, and what will happen then, it will select those two rows. So here we go. Oh, it didn't work. Why did it work? I'm not pressing Control, Shift, Control, diagonal. There we go, boom, we got it. Right, so E, gonna extrude inwards. Maybe scale it down a little bit just to kind of give it some sides. And then, this is the magic part, what we can do, take this object, and if we duplicate it so it's Shift-D, and then we're going to scale it down so it sits inside of this object, and then we're just going to scale it going across so that it's this tiny, you probably can't see that, so it's like this tiny little outlet, and this will be USB stuff. Now what you want to do at this point is go to edit mode, these two faces selected as they are, Press plus, new, and the material that we will name this is backboard for all your electrics and stuff, and we're just going to put this as a grey, just very light grey, and a sign. Now when you go back into your pre-rendered mode, you should see that you've got a grey part, you've got a black part, and what we're going to do, just move this across, Shift D, duplicate it, Shift D, duplicate it. This channel's going to have, this TV is going to have 4 channels to it, where you can put HDMI's in. So there you go, Shift D, duplicate, and that's kind of like your HDMI kind of thing. I think they're a bit too big, but if we select all of these, we can just shrink that down just slightly, and boom. Got some little controllers there. You can add wires here. Now, as regards to the stand, if you guys want to continue this this tutorial, you can do. But if you don't want to stand on the back of it, that's your basic TV. But for a stand, what I would do is I would take a circle. Let's bring it up to your TV there. Rotate. So alpha rotate. Get it up against the y-axis, and then we're going to press 90 on our keypad, and then we're going to just scale it outwards, just slightly. Now this doesn't look like much, but I'm going to measure it up to the back of your TV. Let's put it there. So scale that down a little bit. I think it's a little bit too big. Usually they just have a bracket on the back of them. For a TV that I've seen, it was on the bottom. So we're going to have edit mode. You press F for fill, E for extrude. Just going to extrude into the back of the TV just a little bit so it's flush. I don't like how that's clipping, so I'm just going to select the entire thing and just either move it down or just squish it down a little bit. There we go. I'm going to press right click for smooth. That's going to be the bracket, the beginning of the bracket for the TV. And then we will go with a cube. We go upwards, scale it down. Make sure that it's flush to the back of the TV once more, but is also flush to the stand. So I just want to scale that down a little bit. That should be dead center. And then, to scale it outwards, I'm just going to curve it inwards so that it sits flush to that. Then we're going to go up to the bottom here. We're going to go E for extrude, scale outwards slightly, E for extrude, scale outwards slightly, E for extrude. You get where I'm going with this again. Let's see, I'm also going to pull the back out a little bit, just so it's got a curve. Let's see, I want to be on this one. Uh-oh. Yeah, there we go. E for extrude, scale outwards. We're just going to let it free scale now. Take this sort of vertices here and just bring it forward. The G, bring that forward a little bit, so slightly, and then the E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards. I'm just going to keep doing that until we've at least got some sort of base to this. So now we have this. I want to be able to add something to the bottom so that it stabilizes, and we have a perfect object up here at the top. So what I'm going to do, right click, smooth that out. This object right here, take this, duplicate it, Shift D, rotate it 90 degrees, and then we're just going to scale it out. Now, you notice it looks very clunky, so we're just going to scale it down. G, go upwards, go forwards. That would be our basic TV stand. Let's see. Just going to X-ray mode a minute. On that one, and no, not that one. That one? Yeah. There we go. Just going to move that one out a little bit more. It doesn't look very neat, but I would say that's a basic TV stand. I'm just going to scale this one up a little bit. And then we're going to go to the colours, the materials, and I'm probably going to go TV black, just so that it's all matching. And yeah, that's your basic TV and stand. I'll just move that one. Yeah, there you go. Basic TV and stand. If you were wanting to, or you were inclined to, put scratches on there, Veroni textures, really good for that. But yeah, if you guys enjoyed the tutorial, please like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi guys, welcome back to a new Blender tutorial. So today we're doing mirrors, lighting, and textures. So we're going to keep the default cube actually, but I'm going to go ahead and maybe add another. Let's see, we're going to add a cube. Just going to scale it out. I'm going to make it like a corridor, so I'm going to show you guys some stuff. So I'll put it roughly about there. I'm just going to get the camera angle in. Let me not get my words out today. Get the camera angle in on this so I can show you a little better. So let's see. You want to go view, align camera to view. Just back that up. Oh, actually, I can't back that up, but okay. So I'm just gonna make this a little bit longer as well. Okay, so the camera can only see so far, so I'm just going to extend that reach a little bit. Alright, so mirrors, textures, and lighting. So at the moment, whilst we've got the render the way that it is, just zoom that in for you a little bit. Notice that we got a very dark corridor, but we've only got one light. So what we want to do, especially with the mirrors and your reflections and stuff like that, I'm just going to scale this default cube up. We're going to get rid of that light so it's completely dark in there. Also, I'm going to do one thing with the background here, so it's gonna work out better for you guys. Okay, so we're going to go with emissions first with the default cube. And all you want to do with emissions is make sure that you've got the cube selected. And you want to go to Principle BSDF, and we're going to go with emission. And this will make everything glow in here. Now, you're going to want to turn this up a little bit so that the rest of the scenery glows alongside it. I mean, you could go to 100,000 if you wanted, or a little bit higher. So this box needs texture as well, so we're going to go with metallic, maybe just a little metallic all the way. Okay, so we take it off Eevee, put it in cycles, and boom, you've kind of got all this stuff going on here. This is because I've just changed it into a mirror. So if I just get rid of this, it's just a white room now with a block in the middle of it. And hopefully it should show me. There we go. So if I put this down to 100, we notice that the block illuminates the room. Let's see. So yeah, we have the block illuminating the room right there. So if I add another object to here, let's go with cylinder, scale it up a little bit. We'll make the cylinder a green colour. And then, yeah, we're going to make the outside a mirror. So just make it metallic. Turn the roughness down. You notice that it puts a mirror at the top, the sides and the bottom. And that will continue all the way through. Until the end. So you can kind of get this like really funky pattern when it actually loads in. Because we're currently on the render page, but it's taken a while. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this and just make it a little bit smaller. We see that it has a reflection on the floor there. Just like that. Coming for you a little bit. Because if we can make another one of these, you can see that it reflects up against that wall right there. We can also make one there. We can make a reflection just coming in there. Just behind that cube. So yeah, this tutorial is a little bit of a strange one today, but this is basically mirrors, and you've got emissions in there as well. Different lighting techniques and stuff like that. So I hope you guys enjoyed. Please leave a like, a follow, subscribe, whatever you can do really. See you in the next one. Hi guys, welcome back to another tutorial. So today we're going to be doing just a regular smartphone. So yeah, we're going to start off with the default cube. Just scale it outwards, and so you've roughly got the shape of a smartphone. Now we're going to scale it down, so you've roughly got the back of one right there. Okay, so I mean, you could do this in any way that you wanted, really, depending on what model of phone you're modeling. I'm just going to go with like a generic shape, but you guys can go for something else. So what we're going to do, select the top. We're going to have curved edges. So E for extrude, just go up slightly and then just bring it in, scale inwards, and then we're going to do the same on the back as well. E, and then just scale inwards so it's curved. And then for the screen, we're just going to go ahead and select the top face, E for extrude, but don't move it, and then we're going to just scale in just ever so slightly. I mean, you can include buttons on the bottom if you wanted to, but to be honest with you, like most smartphones have the little buttons integrated within the touch screens now, so that's going to be different. Okay, so what you want to do on this part is you want two different colours. So you've got the original material, which we're going to rename the phone back. And then you're going to want to make a secondary material with this. So press the plus button, go to new. And this is going to be screen. So screen is just going to be for the front of the phone. The rest of it will be the phone back. But if you want to create a different back for the phone, then you can make a third colour if you'd like. I'm going to do that in a second. But for the screen, we're just going to click assign. And then we're going to go here and we're just going to make it a little bit grey. And a little bit reflective as well. Now you can add stuff on here in the shading tab if you wanted to. You could have a photo, just make sure that you size it up. Okay, so we've got that now. I'm just going to go ahead and change my engine here, which is cycles, should be cycles. I'm going to shade it smooth. Now usually, like, especially if you've got like a few phone brands, I don't think I can mention brands on here, but a few phone brands have the drop-off edges at the side, but we're just going to go with generic phones for today. So if we go for the underside right here, the first thing that we can add is a cylinder. And we're just going to scale that down a little bit, bring it up, and just sit it right at the back here. Now, this is the part where it gets a little bit tricky. You don't want it to poke through the top, but you want to just make it just thin enough that it pokes through the back. So we're going to go with a texture on this one. We're going to change this one to black. And then what we can do with this is we're going to right click and shade smooth. Oh, sorry, go into your object mode, right click shade smooth. Then what you want to do, go to edit mode again. Select the face on top, press E for extrude, but don't move it. Scale inwards ever so slightly, and then E for extrude, and we're going to go down, but don't clip the phone, just have it just there. Now you're going to make a secondary material on this item as well, so of course we're going to press plus in the corner, press new. We're going for a silver, but we're going to go full metallic and roughness down, so when we render we'll see like this. Now obviously press the sign. So you want to go, this is camera lens, sorry, my mistake, camera lens, then we'll call this one camera base. So your camera lens, you're going to want to assign that. So now a lot of phones do have a backing to their cameras, so we're gonna put a few of these just at the side. So Shift D to duplicate. Just move it across. Make sure that you're moving on one axis, so you're not going like this. So they're all at the same height. We could go put one down here, maybe another one here. Have one of those phones where it's like weirdly covered in lenses, which is every smartphone nowadays. Yeah, so something like that would be real great. Now what we're going to want to do is put a back to this, just to enclose them a little bit. Now you can use a cube to do this. Yeah, I'm going to use a cube. So just go ahead. I've just gone back onto the viewport shading here. Go ahead, put this over the top. You might want to use this one, which is the X-ray. You can use that on viewport shading on the second option. So just scale it down so it just sits under the lenses, but it doesn't clip the actual phone itself. I think I got that one right. So you're going to want to just gently come up. Now here's the thing, right? So you come up there and you notice that the lenses are now being obscured. So what you want to do with that one, bring your lenses up. So we're just going to finish off this part just here, just to smooth it out a little bit. So I want, come on, I want that face. Right, yeah. I want to select that face and that face. Just going to press E for extrude. And then we're going to go S for scale, bring it down a little bit. S for scale, bring it in a little bit, just so that it smooths off. Oh. We get, oh, wait a minute. There's just my save files. Right, yeah. Okay, so we've now got this. For some reason my save files decided to pop up. Right, now I don't want that in the center. So we go Control R, just scope it here, just at the side, so it's got kind of a little bevel around the edge. And then go back into object mode, right click, smooth shade, and we are going to go with maybe, I would say a white for the back. So now I'm going to go ahead and select all my lenses, so just click, press shift, hold, and just click all your lenses here. And then we're just going to press G, bring them up. Let me see. Do I want a 6th one on there? Actually, doesn't look like it deserves a 6th one. So you got that space. So of course this is just a generic kind of phone layout. Just click all those. There we go. So now this back, I want to change this back of the phone. So we're going to go into edit mode. Just select the back. I'm going to take this X-ray off actually.